with audio. Okay, you're trying to fix it. Okay. So Susan will let you try to work on that audio. I'm hoping everybody else can hear me okay. All right. So as we launch today's meeting, it's my honor to welcome Lori Garducki. And if we can go to the next slide, please. To welcome Lori Garducki, who's the Director of Justice Reform for the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation. Lori has been leading the charge of the Safety and Justice Challenge Initiative since it started in 2015. I hope I got the year right. And it's my honor to have Lori welcome us all to the meeting. And then when Lori concludes her remarks, I'll come back on and speak to you as well. So Lori, without further ado, welcome.
Thank you, Travis, and good morning to all. I'm pleased to join you on this occasion of the kickoff of the IMPACT Network. And thank you to PRI and our other SJC colleagues who've joined us, including our partners and strategic allies. Travis noted that we launched SJC more than 5 years ago in 2015. And we've made significant progress both within the network as well as across the country with respect to how we look at the misuse and overuse of jails and racial and ethnic disparities. We now have 51, or should I say now have 57 jurisdictions that participate in the Safety and Justice Challenge. And we're delighted to welcome these additional sites as we think about expanding our efforts to reach nationally. I also want to take note of this remarkable historical period that we've all been living through in dealing with the twin pandemics of both COVID-19 and the national reckoning with respect to racial justice. And nowhere has the impact been felt or experienced or been as profound as it has been with respect to the criminal justice system. But it's also made us aware of the issues that this country, as a society, our institutions and systems need to confront with respect to systemic racism, which plagues the health, education, housing, and employment systems across the country. And much of what we've seen with respect to the toll that is taken with how those systems have performed historically, it falls most heavily on the criminal justice system. And since we're joined by many of our partners and allies in the challenge, I want to say I couldn't be more proud of the resiliency and resolve of all of our SJC partners, the allies, the sites, the technical assistance providers, the data folks, the roles that they have all played and the commitment and conviction they had with respect to keeping people safe, both inside and outside the system, the incarcerated individuals, the people who are in law enforcement, corrections, and the courts in the face of all of these challenges. And moreover, they were not only committed to keeping people safe, but they were also committed to continuing to make progress in creating a more fair and more just and equitable system. So on behalf of the foundation, I want to thank all of our partners. And I know that the new jurisdictions who are joining us today, I really appreciate that you took the time during these crises, understanding the toll personally, professionally, socially, you all have experienced to seize this opportunity to participate in SJC. So I applaud you. You are part of our future. You are part of our pivot as we seek to change the way America thinks about and uses jails. Now, because this is, excuse me, the midpoint of our initiative, the MacArthur Foundation characterizes the Safety and Justice Challenge as one of its big bets, where we address big, hairy problems that the world is facing and give us 10 years to do it, which seems like a remarkably short period of time, given the 400 years it's often taken us to arrive at these problems and issues. But I think it's important to remember where we started. And so when the challenge was launched back in 2015, we were coming off of the work that we had been doing in juvenile justice. And by no means were those problems and issues solved, But we had seen remarkable progress during that period, which continues today. When we launched the juvenile justice work, there were over 2 million juvenile arrests annually and over 100,000 young people locked up in any given night. And I'm pleased to say that those numbers have changed dramatically, where we see a 60% drop in arrests and a 60% drop in juvenile incarceration. And we've seen a real shift away from pushing kids through a harsh and punitive system and one that's committed to keeping young people in the community. So it was building on what we had learned about the importance of place-based work and working locally that we shifted our gears and our lens to look at what was going on with respect to over-incarceration in the United States writ large. Now, what we noticed was 6 years ago, as we started our planning, was that most of the attention in criminal justice reform was at the back end of the system. The focus was on harsh and punitive sentencing, conditions of confinement, and reentry. And the front end of the system, the gateway, if you will, to the criminal justice system, the use of jails had largely been overlooked. But when you started to look at the data, the problem and its magnitude and its repercussions throughout society loomed large. So we know that the number of jail admissions is 20 times the number of admissions into prison. We know that 2/3 of the people there are being held pretrial. And that under the law, that means they are innocent unless they're proven to be guilty. We know that 75% of the individuals being held in jail are there for low-level nonviolent crimes. And we know that by and large, the population reflects huge racial disparities, 3 to 4 times what people of color represent in the community are held in our jails. And moreover, what stands out is the number of people who are cycling in and out of jails that have behavioral health problems. So it's roughly 17% of the men who come into the jail are presenting with diagnosable psychiatric disorders, and about 34% of the women. And yet we also know that if you look at the histories of those individuals, many more people have experienced mental health and substance use disorders that pass through the doors of the jail. So as we looked at the system and what could be done to reduce the misuse and overuse of jails, to really focus on when jails need to be used in order to protect public safety, we looked at across the 7 decision points, starting with arrests, moving through the jail into the courts, and then the final disposition. And we saw that there was tremendous opportunity to make changes in a number of places and in a number of ways that really focused on how discretion was exercised. So while we call it a system, as all of you know, it's not really a coherent system. So the incentives and rewards that operate for law enforcement can be vastly different from what operates in corrections and probation, and certainly different than between the public defender, the prosecutor, and the judges. And having that alignment and having a shared sense of purpose and mission is difficult to accomplish, and it does take time. But we've been pleased to see the progress that has been made by the safety and justice challenge jurisdictions over this period of time. So pre-COVID, we saw a 14% reduction in the jail population and a 15% drop in the jail population during COVID, where roughly the sites now have seen a 27% decrease in their jail populations as a whole. And there have been some remarkable accomplishments by individual sites where their jail population has been reduced by 40%, as it was in Philadelphia, as it was in Toledo, Ohio, as it has been in Chicago, as well as in places as diverse as Milwaukee, St. Louis, and Spokane. And so what we want to emphasize to you today is that we have harvested a great deal of knowledge and experience and lessons learned from the work over the last 5 years. And that we feel that it's incumbent upon us to share that knowledge and information. And that's the pivot that we've made in the Safety and Justice Challenge, is to expand the network to focus more on knowledge development and sharing the lessons learned, and to have a more robust set of communications activities. At the same time, while we've been certainly proud and pleased with the accomplishments in reducing the jail population, we also want to take note of the fact that racial disparities have not declined. Now, if you look more closely at the data, it is the case that the harm has been reduced significantly. But with respect to the disproportionality, the disparities that are reflected in the jail population, in many cases, they have increased. And that's particularly in the deeper part of the system, in that we have seen a reduction in the number of people, and the disparities are reduced for people charged with misdemeanors. So as the foundation has reflected upon its experiences with our colleagues and with our partners, we know that we need to be more intentional and more focused on addressing racial inequities. And what we have also learned is, and want to emphasize, is underscoring the importance of having the people most impacted by the system being at the table and sharing decision-making power and authority in thinking about the solutions. So with respect to where we see the challenge going, and enlisting all of you in that process, we want to underscore the need to be more focused and intentional with respect to community engagement and focusing on racial equity. So I want to say welcome to all of you in the community, that we now have both the data and the evidence to be confident of saying how we can safely reduce the jail. I'm sure you will hear more about the data and information that we've gathered that has shown that while SJC certainly set the table to enable jurisdictions to more rapidly reduce their jail population during COVID, that we also feel very confident in light of the data that we have that that was accomplished safely. Now we have the data pre-COVID that shows as the jail population declined, that public safety either stayed the same or in fact improved pre-COVID as the jail populations fell. Now I don't want to minimize what the surge in violence and in gun violence in particular and murders has meant, but we also are prepared to help you counter the false narrative that somehow criminal justice reform and public safety are in conflict. So we know that the surge in murders is largely attributable to factors related to COVID. The data are quite clear. So we will certainly share that information with you. And in fact, that's what the IMPACT Network represents. It's an opportunity to participate in a learning community as our existing jurisdictions share their knowledge and information and expertise, as well as you present them with new problems and issues that you're confronting, and that we can continue on this journey together. So I want to do a shout out and recognize how pleased we are to have our existing SJC sites participate in the network. So that's Pennington County, South Dakota, East Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, and Charleston, South Carolina. And extend a welcome to our new colleagues in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, the West Texas centers, as well as the other jurisdictions. I just lost the rest of my list, but Travis will help me fill in the blanks there. So I just want to close on what we see as the themes of SJC going forward, which is the importance of centering equity, engaging communities, and transforming systems. So thank you all for stepping up and joining us. We're pleased and proud to have you as our partners in SJC. With that, Travis, I'll turn it back to you.
Lori, thank you so much for those amazing opening remarks. Very powerful and very true, the words that you shared with us, so thank you. And to finish what Lori had started, yes, in addition to the 5 existing SJC sites that Lori mentioned, we do welcome Eau Claire County, Wisconsin. It's very good to see some new faces on the screen. The West Texas centers, our colleague Jenny Simpson, and the jurisdictions that are affiliated with the Texas Health and Human Services Commission, San Juan County, New Mexico, Middlesex County, Massachusetts, and Orange County, California. I can't tell you how exciting it is to look at the screen this morning and see that we have 85 participants, to see some familiar faces and friends on the screen, and to welcome all of you who are with us for the first time from the 6 new jurisdictions and sites. So thank you very much for being here with us today. Back in December of 1987, our former president, Hank Stedman, had decided to retire from policy research. And Hank was one of 4 people who started policy research back in 1987. And so the office was preparing for end of the year meetings and holiday activities, and certainly the large retirement celebration of Hank. And Hank was in his office cleaning things out, putting stuff in a box. And he saw me walking by and stopped me and asked me to come into his office. And as I walked in, Hank was holding up a trifold brochure in his hand. And on the front of the brochure, it said jail diversion. And as I walked in, Hank said, "You know, Travis, we created this brochure 30 years ago when we started PRA back in 1987. And he said, I can't tell you how proud I am, how far we've come over the last 30 years in terms of identifying persons with major mental health issues, substance use disorders, trauma, co-occurring disorders, and creating diversion opportunities across the country." He said, "But the part that makes me sad as I retire right now is that 30 years later, every single word in this brochure is still true today." And that's why we're here doing the work that we do. That's why we have not only the work of the Safety and Justice Challenge and the initiative that spreads across 50+ jurisdictions and states right now, but this is also why we have the Impact Network that all of you are a part of launching with us today, is that while we've come a long way, I don't want to sit here when I retire, and I'm sure none of you do either, and say, we still have so much further to go. All of these words are still applicable today. That's why this teaching and learning community called the Impact Network exists, and why we're all gathered here at this moment in time today. Joining this network at a very unique and powerful time in our country's history, as Lori talked about, as we not only look at the lessons learned from COVID-19, when most communities reduced their jail populations, and many did so significantly, as you heard the numbers from Lori. We also begin to see what methods used to reduce those jail populations will be permanent changes, and which were only temporary. There are so many things that we said we could not do pre-COVID that we've learned we can indeed do, whether that's having virtual meetings like these or finding ways to safely reduce our local jail population. But we also turn our focus, as Lori discussed, to justice reforms taking place across the entirety of the sequential intercept model. And if you're not familiar with the sequential intercept model, I promise you throughout the course of the next year, you will be. That will be one of the key frameworks that we will utilize, not only for today's meeting, but also as part of this teaching and learning community that we work with together over the course of the next year. So as we look at those reforms taking place across the entirety of the sequential intercept model, with a particular focus on police reforms and responding to persons in our communities in crisis in a different way than we historically have. We at Policy Research are very fortunate to partner with the MacArthur Foundation for this network expansion as we move forward together with you. You will continue to learn about and have access to not only the vast network of resources available to you through the Safety and Justice Challenge Exchange, but also all of the partner organizations working with current Safety and Justice Challenge sites, as well as rich learning and teaching community with other SJC sites. Today, we look forward to getting to know you and your jurisdiction better as we begin this journey forward together over the next year. We look forward to not only hearing more about the great successes your community has accomplished when it comes to helping persons with behavioral health disorders who come into contact with your local justice system, but also where your challenges currently exist and where you need assistance in moving forward. I'm very excited that in addition to meeting Lori Garducki, you're going to have the opportunity to also meet Megan Guevara from the Pretrial Justice Institute to learn more about the Safety and Justice Challenge Exchange, and that you will also finally have the opportunity to get to know the rest of our team at Policy Research. Today is a day to learn and ask questions. Please ask questions of us and ask questions of one another. You're going to be given many opportunities today to unmute yourself or to ask questions in the chat function. We certainly expect that you will need breaks during our 4.5-hour meeting together today. And although we've only allocated one official break from 1:30 to 1:45 p.m. Eastern, we understand that you'll need to step away to get food, to use the restroom, etc. If possible, when you're in front of your screen today, we would love to see your face so we can get to know each of you better throughout the day. I would encourage you, when teams are presenting today a little bit later in the agenda, to please turn your screen to speaker view so you can see who is speaking from each team as we get to know names and faces and jurisdictions better. Over the course of the next year, we have a number of opportunities for you to meet together, to teach one another, and to learn from one another. You will hear more about some of these opportunities today, and we invite you to take full advantage of all the resources afforded to you as part of the SJC network. Welcome, and let's have a great day together. If I can get the next slide, please. All of you should have hopefully received the agenda for today's meeting. In case you didn't, we've now concluded the first bullet point of the opening remarks and introductions. Next, we're going to go into an overview of the IMPACT Network and what it is, some of the benefits and integration into the Safety and Justice Challenge as being a part of the IMPACT Network. We want to get to know the network and all 11 of your sites that are represented here today and that we're honored to be with. We'll then talk about next steps as we move past this kickoff meeting. And you'll also learn about who your point of contact will be at Policy Research in case you have questions or in need of resources, or we just talk about moving together in the future. With that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Lisa May. Lisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Travis. So welcome everyone again. And as you can see, the IMPACT Network, we were able to devise specifically an acronym. And what we really wanted to do was to improve implementation of justice-focused mental and behavioral health practices, specifically what we have learned from the jurisdictions and the best practices and the strategies that have come forth since 2015. And doing so, activating collaboration through training and technical assistance. So as Travis so eloquently shared with you all, that over the course of these 12 months, we're going to not only have virtual meetings, but bringing some of our partner organizations and our strategic allies that have utilized their expertise to move forward the network challenge in a way that has shown the numbers, which Lori had quoted, to be able to safely reduce the amount of people who are impacted by the criminal justice system and admitted in jail, booked into jail. Now, this specific focus of the IMPACT Network is for those individuals who want to see that shift in the behavioral health aspect and that realm. So we're so excited that you are here, and we are going to make sure that we will be available to you for any type of over-the-shoulder support and the training that you feel will be necessary, right, to continue to move the work forward. Next slide, please. So what exactly is the purpose? Don't want to really reiterate what has already been said, but our purpose of the IMPACT Network is basically to maximize what this SJC sites have learned since 2015, right? And we talked about who those sites were and how have they reduced the over-incarceration of persons with behavioral health conditions. we have seen that post-COVID, that even like Lori stated, the numbers have dropped, right? As it relates to the people who are being booked into jail. The average daily population has dropped. But the percentage of individuals currently incarcerated has grown that have behavioral health and substance use disorders and issues and concerns. So we want to talk a little bit about that, meaning that, okay, the numbers have come down, but why is that average daily population, that percentage of the individuals who are currently incarcerated, why has that percentage almost skyrocketed in certain jurisdictions as it relates to behavioral health? And not only maximize what the SJC sites have learned about how to reduce the over-incarceration, but have a commitment, right? A commitment to community-driven, race-conscious solutions. We want to take a look at the demography of your jurisdiction, right? And see what's the percentage, the racial breakdown percentage in the community, but then port it over to what that percentage looks like for the individuals who are incarcerated. And is it commensurate, right? So if you've got 17% of your community population is Black, do you see that 17% of your population inside of your jail are folks BIPOC, right? Black and Indigenous persons of color. So we're going to drill that down a little bit to address and pursue some reforms, right? That lead to more equitable outcomes for groups that are have been historically disproportionately affected by the criminal justice system. We also want to take an emphasis on a coordinated systemic response, coordinated systemic diversion. And what do I mean by that? Travis stated that if you don't know about the sequential intercept model, you will certainly be experts and be able to talk about it without any type of cliff notes. But we have specific intercepts, 0 through 5, that basically walks a person through and shows you all of the interactions somebody with behavioral health will have once they enter into the criminal justice system, and backing it up again what it looks like into the community services. So maybe you've knocked it out of the park as it relates to mobile crisis and outreach teams, and your emergency department is diverted, but you're struggling, right, with your 911 and trying to make sure that the calls are routed to specific law enforcement agencies that can respond, or you're struggling with that initial detention. Are we accurately screening individuals on the front end of the booking process for mental health or substance use? And at that point that you're screening them in, what happens for them? Is there programming in place during their length of stay? Are they placed on their medication, back on their medication in a reasonable enough time so they don't begin to decompensate? So when we talk about the emphasis on a coordinated systemic response, we want to see that all of the system players who are in the community, anybody who's involved prior to 911 being called, the 911 services, your law enforcement, who are all your, what your jails look like, your chief jailer, the individuals who are providing behavioral health and medical services within your jail, your court systems, what your state attorney is looking like, your public defender, any dispositional courts you may have, and on the back end, jail reentry and community corrections. What does community supervision look like? So we want that systemic response across your system, right? So you might have been able to be successful, right, with accountability courts. You've identified who needs to be in accountability court, whether it's for mental health or substance use, hypothetically, right? But you're still struggling with reentry. So that systemic response is going to be as broad as we talked about, from the community to back into the community upon reentry. And we want to see your stakeholders, right, intertwined and be able to work together, right, and have a response for diversion across your system. And finally, as well as all of that, the second and really one of the biggest, right, purpose of our network is to expand the membership. Like Lori spoke, the initiative started in 2015, and it's all about knowledge, right? It's about knowledge development, like she said, and to spread the best and promising practices that the other jurisdictions have learned, and to spread these best and promising practices to other jurisdictions across the United States. Next slide, please. So our site selection and our partner organizations. So the sites that were our current SJC sites that were chosen: Pennington County, South Dakota, East Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Allegheny, Pennsylvania, Milwaukee County, and Charleston County in South Carolina. They were chosen because of the behavioral health reform and diversion efforts that they have demonstrated to date. They've demonstrated a commitment to improving policies across their systems and programs, and they've developed programs for individuals with behavioral health needs and have reduced their jail population as it relates to folks who have behavioral health or substance use disorder. So those are the 5 sites that rose to the top of the network, right? And as we can see that the network is expansive across the United States. There's a total of 5 sites across 32 states. Now, the 6 sites that are listed on the screen here, and which Travis was shared with us, you have been chosen through, and not so much of an arduous process, but we utilized our RFP in which you all applied for, right? And you applied for this RFP, and we were able to see exactly the reforms and the behavioral health reforms that you have in place, what you shared that you would like to see either continue or or improve upon, and shared with us exactly what it is in your specific jurisdiction will be helpful for you to help continue to enable people with behavioral health to be identified early on in the process, and maybe even reduce the amount of times that they're being booked into jail. But once they're booked into jail, how do we reduce their length of stay? And along with reducing their length of stay while they're there, are we increasing their connection to treatment while inside? What's the programming looking like? And increasing their treatment upon reentry. So you have been able to show us through your application of this commitment that that we're seeking, and that you are ready and up for the challenge. Next slide, please. So in our selection process of the 6 communities that are chosen and that you are here, we utilized our partner organizations and our strategic allies of the challenge. Now, the partner organizations you'll see here, and in addition to our strategic allies, our partner organizations, they currently are providing our challenge network sites with technical assistance, data analysis, and performance measurement. Our strategic allies help the initiative communicate with important stakeholder groups where support is needed. So to the left of your screen, you will see the different application reviewers who lended us their expertise to be able to objectively go through your applications, right? We made sure that there were no conflict of interests that existed either between the individual reviewer and the teams that were made up of the jurisdiction that you are bringing into the network. And those individuals who had conflicts of interest, we just put that application, gave it to another reviewer, but they took their time and they scored your applications in alignment with the 8 questions that we did ask you to answer and provide additional information during the application process. So we are very, very thankful to them for helping us out with this and making sure that it was a most objective process and would align with the goals for the IMPACT Network. So I will hand it over to my colleague, Ashley Kreider.
Thanks, Lisa. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashley Kreider. Happy to be here and see a lot of familiar faces and some new ones. So I would like to give you a little bit of an idea what to expect as far as structure and activities throughout this year or so of the initiative. As was discussed in the announcement and the solicitation, we're anticipating having 3 kind of larger convenings of all the sites. So obviously in virtual today, this being the kickoff meeting, but also we're anticipating having some opportunities to collectively gather in person next year. So in between those 3 larger convenings, which you can see on here, we are also planning some technical assistance and more one-on-one, whether that's with TA providers or other sites, topical TA in between. And we've intentionally left that a little bit open to allow space for what the specific needs are from each of the sites. We're certainly not interested in scheduling meetings for the sake of having them, recognizing that you all are very busy and really doing this work day to day. But we want to have space for identification of needs across sites, whether that's a focus on maybe early diversion, community alternative response models, things like that, and getting some sites together virtually that are either all kind of figuring that out, or maybe some sites that have spent some time working out the kinks of that, and then pairing them up with sites that are a little bit less far along and maybe in planning and implementation efforts. So you'll see some additional shorter, especially virtual sessions kind of pop up in between, but we wanted to have you have as much of a timeline and structure as we could provide at this point. We are anticipating in some form that we'll be able to gather in person next February at the next SJC network meeting. And these are meetings that are held with all of the sites involved in the SJC network twice a year, obviously virtually since COVID. But that will be the first meeting that is at least partially back in person, as well as I think some hybrid virtual opportunities. So to be determined what that looks like and team size and all of that, but we're hopeful to be able to have a gathering of the Impact Network sites there. And then we're anticipating a wrap up next spring, early summer. Again, that's a little bit flexible right now, probably virtually. But we will have some planning there around evaluation efforts and kind of progress made across the sites, and we'll share a lot of that with you as we get closer. So this is kind of the overall structure. You can plan as much as possible. Our next session after today's kickoff, which we'll talk more about at the end of today, will be a topical virtual session around data integration and kind of tracking and evaluation efforts. We'll be able to talk a little bit about what SJC sites have done already over the last several years of the network, and how sites can kind of join in with that and show some progress around these things. So next I am going to turn this over to Megan Guevara from Pretrial Justice Institute, and she is going to kick off the discussion of some of the other benefits of joining in the SJC network. Megan?
Great, thanks so much, Ashley, and hello to everyone. I'm very happy to be talking with the new Impact Network today. And I'm going to be sharing a little bit with you about SJC Exchange and some of the opportunities you have to stay connected to the full network of folks who participate in the Safety and Justice Challenge, as well as the resources we're going to be able to offer specifically to the Impact Network on our community. So I'm going to share my screen really quickly, if that's okay, Ashley, to be able to give you a little bit of a tour. Oh, still saying I am disabled.
Make you a host, Megan.
Oh, thank you. There we go. So I know some of you may be familiar with SJC Exchange already as ongoing members of the community, and some of you are going to be new. We're in the process of adding new members right now from the list that PRI's provided to us. So some of you may have already received your invitation to join, and if you haven't received that yet, that invitation should be on its way shortly. sjcexchange.org is our address, and this is a closed online community just for folks who participate in the challenge. So people who represent sites, the technical assistance organizations, or people who've been involved in various projects or trainings are all welcome to be members of SJC Exchange. And as members, you'll have the opportunity to receive a regular e-blast to learn about events that are happening in the community and to see highlights from some of the discussions that take place. SJC Exchange has a main discussion community, which you see highlights from on the homepage here. And so if you're interested in sharing resources of what's going on in your site, if you're interested in asking questions of other SJC sites, you're welcome to post a discussion in this main community. And you can hit that post a discussion button right there on the homepage. We also have a fairly extensive resource library that's available to everybody in the community. And I'm clicking on it and it's taking a little bit of time. There we go. So there's the opportunity to either search for specific resources up here at the top of the page in the search bar if there's been a recent publication that's come out of SJC Exchange or come from one of the partner organizations. And then there's also the opportunity to browse by specific subjects. So if you're interested in learning more about what's available on specific topics, you can look here. And there are also more topics if you scroll down a little bit. You can click on any one of these folders and be able to see everything that's been tagged for a specific subject. And this library goes back to the beginning of the Safety and Justice Challenge. There's a lot in here if you're looking to explore a little bit. And then starting next week, there is going to be a community specifically for the Impact Network here. So you'll be able to click on the communities link here and go to all communities. And you'll be able to see other communities that you can join, such as the data discussion community if you're interested, but you'll also see on this list the SJC IMPACT Network community, which will be launched at that point, and there'll be a button to join. It is an open community, so anyone who is affiliated with the IMPACT Network will join. You don't need to wait for a specific invitation for that. And you can also share this community with other colleagues from your sites who are joining as well. I'm going to actually open up a different community to show you some of the features that will be available to you in your community space. So like the main community, there'll also be discussions. So you'll have the option of choosing whether you want to post something that's specifically for the impact cohort or something that you put in the main community space. And this will also be a space where all of the TA team from PRI can share notifications and give you information as well. And when you join the community, you have the option to sign up for a daily digest from this community as well. So anything that gets posted here will also show up in your inbox on a daily basis. You can get those posts real time, so you see them when they come into the community, or most people choose that daily digest option. So first thing in the morning, you'll see everything that was posted the day before. There's also a library here, and any document that gets added to the community. So for example, if you attach a document to a post, automatically gets added to the library as well, and that becomes searchable and also browsable. So this is a place that you can share documents amongst your group. And there'll also be an event calendar. So those upcoming events that Ashley was just talking about, you can post the information about the events and links to event registration here in your own community. And there's also a member directory. So you have the opportunity to search other members in the community and also to be able to see the list of folks who will be participating in your community. And also on the homepage of the SJC Exchange community is links to a list of all of the sites that participate in the network, links to information about all the partners, and also you have the benefit of the archive of all of the information from our prior convenings. So if you're interested in exploring anything that's been shared at the SJC conferences up to this point, that's also available. And myself or any of my team members are available to provide technical support at any point. I know this is a lot of information at this point, but once you get in and have the chance to explore SJC Exchange, if you have any questions, there's a spot to be able to contact us on the homepage, or my email is megan@pretrial.org if anybody needs to reach out if you have any questions or need some additional information. And Ashley, anything else that you want me to touch base on about SJC Exchange, or any questions that anyone has?
I just want to underscore how much of a resource the Exchange is. I know we went through that pretty quickly, but I'd encourage you to spend some time in there kind of searching around. And I threw my email in the chat box in case anyone hasn't yet received the email on how to join. We kind of have to get you signed up through the back end, but it's an easy process, and there is a ton of resources on there, both from the partner organizations involved in providing technical assistance, but also from a lot of the sites themselves, and things as simple as kind of troubleshooting a specific issue and other sites weighing in with solutions, or formal products and resources, things like that. So thanks Megan. Megan's email is in the chat as well, but I'd encourage you to take advantage of this, even outside of the community page that we'll have for this cohort.
And right now we're bulk uploading everyone into SJC Exchange, but there's also a form on the homepage that, as you have new colleagues that get involved in this work, if you would like to request that they get added and get an account, then you can feel free to fill out that form. And usually within 24 hours, we're able to process those requests.
Thanks, Megan. We could pause here. Any questions from anyone as far as the exchange or anything yet? We'll give some more time for questions as we go throughout, but I want to pause here. And feel free to chat questions at any point or even unmute yourselves. Okay. So then moving on, some of the other benefits and details we wanted to highlight as part of the SJC network and the Impact Network specifically. One of these is branding. So the Safety and Justice Challenge has received a lot of press since 2015. There are a lot of resources and products and news articles and things that have come out kind of under the SJC brand. And we do have some guidelines as far as messaging and style using SJC logos, things like that. So there were 2 documents that were included in the email that went out yesterday in advance of the meeting, and we'll attach those again following the meeting. That is a style guide and a core messaging guide. And those are great resources for your communications folks if you're working with them, and really guidelines around anything public facing under the SJC brand. And we think there's a lot of value in that. There is also some additional resources coming, I think on Friday or early next week. There'll be a press release template for the new sites that would like to announce their participation and award to the Impact Network. We'll have some really easy kind of copy and paste fillable templates for you there. And then also some social media language. If your organization is using Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, all those things, we'll have some language to make it really easy for you to post about it. And we hope you do. The announcement from MacArthur and from PRI as far as the new Impact Network will go out, I think, next Wednesday. So at any point after that, we'd love for you to post about it. Congratulations, other sites, especially in states that have multiple sites now. Any publicity we think would be great. So we'll have some resources for you, and feel free to reach out with any additional questions around kind of messaging. I'm going to turn it back over to Travis now to talk a little bit about some of the features of the Impact Network over the next year.
Thank you, Ashley. So continuing on with the benefits of being a part of the Impact Network and now being integrated into the Safety and Justice Challenge, and again, the 50+ jurisdictions and states that are already a part of the SJC, is that inclusion in the SJC network meetings. I don't know if you had a chance to see in the chat box, but Lori just posted a few minutes ago that the network convenings since 2020 were all videotaped and posted on the SJC Exchange, including the one that we just had on June 30th. So we have the opportunity, and you're going to hear a little bit more later on about the February convening from Ashley, but we have the opportunity typically a couple of times a year to get together as an entire network. Ideally, we love it when we can do that in person, but obviously that hasn't been the case recently. And so we had a fantastic day on the 30th of meetings, of sites talking about the progress that they've made, of doing affinity groups where behavioral health providers and persons interested in behavioral health issues related to the Safety and Justice Challenge got together, where judges had the opportunity to get together, court processing. So whatever profession you practice in as part of your involvement in the Safety and Justice Challenge and this Impact Network, there are not only robust resources, as Megan demonstrated on the exchange, but also the opportunity to get together with other people in your profession across the country to learn what's working, what challenges they are facing, and to communicate and learn from one another. Again, we always love it when we can do that in person, and it looks like we'll have the opportunity to do that again starting next year. But please take advantage of the network meetings. whether that's joining virtually or finding the opportunity to come with your team in person. Tied along with that is this robust teaching and learning community. And that's exactly what the Impact Network is designed to be. You heard Lisa talk a little bit earlier about the 5 existing SJC sites: Pennington, East Baton Rouge, Allegheny, Milwaukee, and Charleston, and the reasons for their selection into this network, the expertise they've demonstrated, the dedication that has been demonstrated towards identifying policy change, practice change when it comes to identifying individuals with serious mental health issues, substance use issues, trauma, and really finding better opportunities to provide services, treatment, and support for people in the community versus in the local jail settings. And so this network of 11 sites is designed to not only be that teaching community from the 5 existing SJC sites, but we also want to know from our new partners in Eau Claire, the 2 sites in Texas, San Juan, Middlesex, and Orange counties. Again, we want to hear about your successes. We want to know about your challenges. We want to know the resources that are needed in this community to help you move forward with your goals and where you want to be a year from now. This technical assistance that we'll be doing over the course of the next year and part of this teaching and learning community will be data guided. And Reggie is going to talk about that a little bit more as we get into kind of the wrap up this afternoon. We're going to start with the community self-assessment to make that happen. As you heard Ashley talk about, the next meeting in early August is going to be focused on data integration based on that community self-assessment. So we want to make sure that the decisions that we make are data guided and not anecdotal in nature. I've got a million anecdotal stories, but what we need are for changes, whether those are policy changes, practice changes, et cetera, to be data guided. And so the technical assistance that we aim to provide whether it's Lisa, Ashley, Reggie, myself, any of the partners involved with the Safety and Justice Challenge that we would pull in, or whether it's a community to community meeting. So let's say we get Pennington County and San Juan County, New Mexico together. We want to talk about data and data driven or data guided change. And we'll continue to talk about that as we go through this effort together. And then last but certainly not least is product development. And when we had the chance many months ago to really begin working with Lori and her team at the MacArthur Foundation about the implementation of this Impact Network, one thing that Lori said that has always stuck in my brain is that this is designed to have a broad reach to the field. So right now, the Safety and Justice Challenge is a closed network, but as we look at the second half of the Safety and Justice Challenge, what is the reach that we can have to the entire country based on what it is that we're learning as not only part of the SJC, but even the smaller impact network. So working with you on product development, whether that's a publication or some resource that goes on to the SJC Exchange, something that gets published and put out to the field that can be used so that other jurisdictions can learn how to implement programs and make systemic change like you're embarking on right now and have embarked on for many years. So we want to try to have as broad of a reach to the field as possible over the course of this next year. And part of that is the product development that we'll work on with all of you. So with that, we want to get to know more about you guys. And I think it's a good thing that we're a little bit ahead of time in our agenda. That way we have time for questions, time for dialogue, and really a little more time to hear about the great work that you're doing and some of the challenges that you are facing. It's my honor to now turn things over to my colleague, Tess Edwards, and Tess is gonna kind of guide us through. Tess, I'm not trying to steal your thunder here, but one of the things that we want to ask the sites to do, again, just to remind you, is if you will go into speaker mode as the sites are getting ready to prepare to talk about their work, you'll get introduced to the team members. And then one of the other things that we'll do is try to post like a 1-minute warning in the chat box. Again, we want to leave some time for Q&A at the conclusion of each site's presentation. So if you will just be mindful of the message in the chat box as we approach 1 minute left before the question and answer session. So Tess, with that, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Travis. And with that, we are ready to get into our site presentation. So I'd like to invite the representatives from Allegheny County, Pennsylvania to unmute themselves, and I'll highlight you, and please feel free to start your presentation.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Molly Morrill. I'm the Safety and Justice Challenge Project Director in Allegheny County, and I can kick us off this morning. And I think we'll start with opportunity for our team members to introduce themselves and briefly introduce how their work relates to this goal of reducing over-incarceration for people with behavioral health conditions. I will mention our first team member, Judge Beth Lazara. She is unfortunately on vacation this week, so she wasn't able to join us. But I think she will be joining us in future convenings. And she is a common pleas court judge in our criminal division, and she presides over our mental health court. So I'll invite next, Becky, do you mind introducing yourself?
This is Rebecca Spangler. I'm the first assistant with the Allegheny County District Attorney's Office. I have been in the office 26 years and have been very happy to work with this group and work on towards the goals that we have here. We have successfully reduced our jail population on our end. Our contribution was reduction in the time to disposition through our filing of formal arraignment, filing a criminal information process. We continue to work on that, and during the pandemic restrictions that everybody else worked under, our office was still considered an essential office, so we continue to work on other ways to reduce delays at our point in the system, and we are currently filing a notice to the defense counsel for the first Court of Common Pleas official proceeding, which is the formal arraignment. We have the initial discovery packet available in about 90 to 95% of the cases, even though we're not required to provide that until asked for it by the defense. So the informal discovery process we took last year to speed that up and get those packets available for the defense at the first formal proceeding at the common pleas level, and have those available so that we can move the cases forward more quickly at this point in time by getting discovery to the defense more quickly so that they can make determinations as to potential pleas or how they want to proceed with the case.
Thank you, Becky. And then next I'll ask Jewel to introduce yourself.
Hi there, I'm Jewel Denny. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director at our Office of Behavioral Health, and specifically the Bureau of Mental Health. Our office governs contracts with all of the mental health providers in Allegheny County, many who have specific diversionary programs and programs that work closely with the courts. I've been part of the Safety Justice Challenge group since I joined Allegheny County 4 years ago. And one of the things that we're working on currently, we have a countywide crisis response team specific to behavioral health. And they offer telephone, mobile, walk-in, and residential crisis, as well as diversion drop-off for police. So currently we're working on a model that's similar to the co-location or co-responder, I should say, model, with looking to partner with a few jurisdictions within, the Pittsburgh area to test this out. In addition, we also have a central recovery center that's a police drop-off that has been around probably from the beginning of the sequential intercept model as part of a diversion. Justice related services, they work very closely with the courts and work with individuals to divert from jail, or if an individual is in jail, to really expedite their release. And then we also have 20 specialized beds in a long-term structured residence. And that is designed for individuals who have an SMI and have been involved with the forensic system, and often are found not competent to stand trial. So we do have 2 providers that provide that service. That's really a specialized service. So we're really looking forward to expanding our behavioral health services, to the individuals that we can divert, and those individuals that may end up hitting our jail, but how can we expedite them in a quicker release? So very excited to be part of this group and looking forward to learning much more than we know, and implementing great new innovative programs. Thanks.
Thank you, Jewel. And I'll invite Jen to introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Jen Batterton. I'm also with the Allegheny County Department of Human Services, work closely with Jewel and the rest of the SJC folks as well. I support sort of a variety of planning efforts in Allegheny County around the intersection of criminal justice and human services, including our reentry work at the jail. So toward the end of the intercept model, and also have been leading our efforts around improving the crisis response system. As Jewel mentioned, doing a lot of work around expanding our mobile crisis efforts to take the burden off of law enforcement and assist with diversion in that way. Also supporting efforts to pilot law enforcement assisted diversion with some partners in the county, just to name a few. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that unless I missed something. Let me know.
Thanks, Jen. And I know that Megan Oglesby may have been having some technical difficulties. Megan, feel free to unmute yourself if you're able to and introduce yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Great.
Hi, my name is Megan Oglesby. I am a certified recovery specialist with Pathway to Care and Recovery. We are a new assessment center in downtown Pittsburgh. We've been open for a little under a year. We are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You can walk in, get an assessment. We also have a mobile team, which I am a part of. So we go out into the community or to wherever the individual is that wants an assessment. We have a safe place to stay upstairs also. If someone walks in and they are seeking treatment and they hit some barriers and can't get a bed or on a wait list, they can go up to our safe place to stay. We have case management here, CRSs that stay in here, stay in the building, and we just engage the clients and try to provide warm handoffs at all costs.
Thank you, Megan. And our last team member, Ashley, I'll ask you to introduce yourself.
Everyone, excuse me, I'm Ashley Lynn. I am the probation manager for Allegheny County Adult Probation, assigned to the probation portion of the Safety and Justice Challenge, obviously now inclusive of the Impact Network work. I also manage our court unit in the Allegheny County Courthouse as far as probation, and I am very excited to be a part of this Impact Network because, as I'm sure many folks involved in this work know, probation and our staff are often the folks who become aware of behavioral health issues or the extent of behavioral health issues, in that we work with the folks every day. So we have a lot of work that we have done as part of the McCarthy SJC work, working on expedited releases from our jail for those with behavioral health and dual diagnosis issues. Myself, Molly, and a couple other folks on here participate in a biweekly probation detainer work group, and many of those folks that we are working on trying to coordinate release from the jail do have significant mental health, behavioral health, and substance abuse issues. So I think Joel had mentioned we have an excellent service called Justice Related Services, which is our wraparound services. But we do end up trying to unravel situations such as long bed waits and sometimes, multiple failures with behavioral health things that were court ordered. So a lot of times we spend some of our time trying to overcome hesitation and some resistance from the judges, in which, they think, does this person pose a significant risk? If we give them another opportunity at a, behavioral health or dual diagnosis placement. So I'm really curious to hear how the other sites have worked on stakeholder buy-in, as well as other tips and tricks to manage the balance between knowing what folks need as far as behavioral health and then what is actually being court ordered, and what places do about balancing that with their supervision staff to know how to facilitate the best treatment, all while abiding by court ordered treatment as well.
Thank you, Ashley. And I see 10 minutes move very quickly. I see we are at our time. I will just mention, I know that I think what we see as one of our strengths to offer to other sites has been touched on by a couple of other folks around our justice related services. Happy to talk more about that. And then really what we're hoping to learn is really throughout the intercepts, when we think about decision makers, whether it's judges, prosecutors, probation officers, really how to make those determinations about appropriateness of diversion options and alternatives to incarceration in a way that really weigh both risks and needs. So we're really excited to learn from other sites, see what you all are doing, and happy to take any questions now.
This is Travis. Maybe one thing that I can do while people are getting their questions together, whether that's in the chat box or unmuting themselves, is, as you can see from the agenda, the bulk of our time today is being spent with getting to know each other as a network and as sites. And, Molly and Ashley just did a great job of kind of highlighting some of the work that's going on, but also what they're hoping to gain as part of this network. And I would really ask all of you today to really be focused in on what one another is saying about where you see some of the strengths and also some of the desired growth areas, because this meeting today is where you as a jurisdiction and as a team start to formulate some of the connections with other jurisdictions that are part of this impact network based on some of the strengths that you hear from each other, is also in some of the areas of need. You may be doing something that as a strength that another jurisdiction has it as an area of need. So please pay close attention to what each other is saying today. Begin making a list of jurisdictions that you can learn from, but also that you may be able to assist with some areas that they're looking to grow in. And with that, let's open it up for any questions for Allegheny. Okay, Tess, hearing none, I think we're ready to move forward.
Alrighty, so then up next, we've got our folks from Charleston County, South Carolina. If you'd like to unmute, and whoever be leading your presentation can feel free to begin.
Hi guys, I'm Christy Danford in Charleston with the Charleston County Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. We started our CJCC actually with the Safety and Justice Challenge in 2015. And we were fortunate to kind of come into a space in Charleston where there was already a good bit of collaboration and some really good interwoven efforts between the criminal justice system and our behavioral health providers in the community, and really sort of have been working to obviously transform the use of our jail and also build a better, stronger system between the intercepts. So we've learned a lot along the way, and you're going to hear from our partners in a couple of minutes. But one of the things that we're really strong in is that we've got some strong work in the early intercepts from 0 to 3. And the community itself is pretty good at collaborative problem solving. Our CJCC, for example, is made up of the leaders across the system, our behavioral health leaders, as well as victim and legal advocates, and a diverse group of community representatives. And we've been really working together on a number of things, starting with just building a centralized database to rethinking how jail is used and trying to find alternatives, particularly for people with mental illness or substance use disorders or homelessness. At this point, our jail, we cut bookings for misdemeanor magistrate type charges by 84%. Our population is down from the SJC baseline by about 35, sort of hovers between 35 and 40%. We've been grateful to stay pretty steady since COVID. We haven't really seen big upticks back up, but we've done the SIM process and really have been wanting to dig deeper into how do we better streamline the connective tissues between 0 and 3. We've got a pilot going on that you'll hear more about from Dr. Funsell in a little bit, and Suzanne, to kind of really test the waters in that area and see if we can do a better job there, as well as dig deeper into the later intercepts where we're really the weakest in 4 and 5. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to some of our other team members to introduce themselves and share a little bit more about what we've got going on here. Suzanne.
Hi, everybody. I am Suzanne Groves. I am the Systems Utilization Manager for our CJCC. I have been a part of the CJCC since 2017. I first met Christy when she was filling out, doing the grant application. And when I asked her what she was doing and she told me about the SJC vision, I stalked her until she hired me. I was our first pretrial analyst, and then this time, or I guess just before COVID, I was hired as the Systems Utilization Manager, which has which means my hands are involved in all our jail use strategies one way or another. So I'm really excited to be part of this IMPACT Network. One of the initiatives we're working on is called our Jail Involved Familiar Face program that Reggie Herder has been helping us with. And I'm really excited with how our participation in the IMPACT Network can help us take this from a little pilot to something that can be replicated elsewhere once it is going good. So thank you. And with that, I'll kick off to Jennifer Roberts.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see everyone's faces. I'm going to kind of give you a little overview of our earlier intercepts. But first, I'm the Executive Director of the Charleston Dorchester Mental Health Center. We're one of the 2 largest centers in the state of South Carolina. We are providers of mental health treatment, and we're part of a huge continuum of care. So in our state, we're one of the few states left where the Department of Mental Health is both the broker and provider of services. So we have all the red you can see through here is kind of the stuff that we highlighted for behavioral health services. But we do have, and I'll just kind of give you a quick overview. We do have a mobile crisis line here, which is kind of a triage service. We also have a mobile crisis team that we've had for 34 years. We've got another substance abuse triage line. And through COVID, we've been able to add some other helpful lines like SC Hopes to help people get services for free for drug and alcohol services and mental health services. We have a 10-bed crisis stabilization unit. That's a voluntary unit for adults here. We work really closely with our mental health center and our drug and alcohol treatment center, and you're going to meet Chanda next. She can pretty much speak on behalf of my center, and I can speak on behalf of hers. We spend so much time together. But other things we do that kind of bring mental health, drug and alcohol treatment, and law enforcement together is we have 6, soon to be 7, embedded clinicians, master's level clinicians in our police stations and sheriff's departments around Charleston and Dorchester counties. We do a lot of training with the police and the sheriff's departments with CIT training. We do it with Charleston Center and NAMI. That's really helpful to obviously educate law enforcement and help them turn to us and call us when they need us. Some of our police departments are starting some mental health outreach teams, which are kind of newer. We've got an opioid recovery program that's kind of out in the community. And Charleston Center does a lot of Narcan training and distribution throughout the area and works with law enforcement to do that. We also have outreach teams that work with the homeless population. They're embedded at some of our homeless shelters and nearby resource centers. As far as kind of before people go into jail, right when they go in, we do have intake screeners to identify people who need alcohol and drug treatment or mental health treatment. We do competency evals at the jail. We do mental health evals too. Sometimes it's kind of as right as the people are going into jail. Some diversion programs we have for jails are, we have a mental health court here. We have a drug court here, a veterans court that does MAT. We have a homeless court here too. So there's several diversion programs for our area to try to prevent behavioral health effects from going into our jail. But if you do get into our jail, we do have a lot of services in the jail also. So we have 11 providers in our jail. 5 of them are with the Department of Mental Health, doing mental health treatment and assessments. 4 of them are with Charleston Center, doing drug and alcohol treatment and medications. We have a social worker in there and a doctor. So we have kind of a lot going on in the front, as you can see by our SIM. It's more red in the beginning, and with that, you know, we're making a lot of progress. I think some things that we're getting ready to add, and I heard someone else, Allegheny County mentioned it, I think, is we are looking at starting some co-responder teams that will be similar to mobile crisis teams, except they will be driving around together all day instead of responding together with law enforcement. So we're excited about that upcoming thing. And many of the police departments and sheriff's departments, we're all kind of looking at how to do that either with law enforcement or EMS, again, to get in front of folks who need our help for alcohol or drug treatment or mental health. So I'm going to pass it to Chanda next, and she's going to close us out.
All right, good afternoon now. So good afternoon, we're excited to be here with you and see some SJC familiar faces. My name is Chanda Fensal, I'm the director of the Charleston Center, which is Charleston County Government's Department of Alcohol and Other Drug Abuse Services. And we're a full continuum of care here, from withdrawal management, residential services, mom and baby program, outpatient services, harm reduction services, a methadone clinic. We also have prevention services for the community, as well as Jennifer talked about, drug court and also having services in the detention center. One of the things you could see from the sim is that we have spent a lot of time on our community efforts, as well as a lot of crisis intervention work. And as Jennifer was talking, and she was mentioning all of the partnerships, one of our major strengths we have in this community is our collaboration with each other and having all of the right people at the table to work through problem solving. And we've been working at this, as Christy said, since about 2015, and we've built great relationships, great friendships, and see each other as just invaluable assets to each other, and recognize that we have to work together in order to blanket our community so people aren't falling through gaps and that they're getting the needed services. One of the things that we're working on, and I think Suzanne mentioned it, is our jail involved familiar faces. And that highlights something that we're working on to really focus and wrap around services for our behavioral health individuals that are involved with the justice system, and in particular the jail. And so that really crosses all of our intercepts, but the part that we're having the most difficulty with is really towards intercepts 4 and 5. We're trying to work on strengthening our reentry work at the detention center and trying to find a champion in there to help further the work that we're doing. But one of the challenges that we've seen is really communication and problem solving and getting to yes. So sometimes as agencies, we can fall back into our comfort zone of policies and procedures, and really stepping out away from those, not, making sure we're doing everything above board and within our parameters, but not being jailed by those policies and procedures, but seeing how we can move beyond those to really help wrap around these individuals, pulling in peer support specialists that we both have within our agencies, working with probation, pardon, parole, working with judges, working with jail staff to make sure that these individuals that cycle in and out of our detention center can get the care that they need, so that the root cause issues that they're dealing with, which oftentimes have to do with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, people want homes, they want food in their bellies, they want jobs so that they can feed their families, and they need to address their mental health and substance use issues. And we want to make sure that we have everything that we can, all of the resources we can to wrap around them and do that. But one of the challenges we've seen while we've been doing that process is sometimes someone, when they're coming in and they're working with some of our line staff, they'll walk in and they'll get a no, or, oh, that's that agency, or that's that agency. And we've been able to bring in some of our higher level staff or some of our managers to work to yes. So my goal always is, how can we get to a yes, and how can we help this individual to get where they need to go, and not focus so much on, well, they're not my patient, so I can't do this, or that's outside of my area, I can't help. How can we get to a no wrong door and really support each other to get to a yes? And that's kind of what we've been working on recently with our jail involved familiar face program. And we would love to move beyond our pilot. We've been able to work with about 3 or 4 individuals through this voluntary process. How can we make sure that they feel supported and comfortable with this process and trust the work that we're going to do to help get them connected to where they got to go? And how can we use our peer support specialists and our staff to do that warm handoff, so they aren't falling through the gaps or getting stuck in bottlenecks we have throughout the intercepts? And so that's what I really hope to get from this impact network process. I know that we wouldn't be where we are today if we didn't have the support of PRI, as well as other peers that we've made throughout this process working with SJC. So I'm very excited about this. So thank you. So I think that is everything that we wanted to cover with our slides. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to put that in the chat or reach out to us at any time.
All right, and while we're doing that, and please do post your questions or unmute yourself. Christy, I think you have my new favorite quote. I was just messaging with a colleague where you talked about a goal of streamlining the connective tissues between intercepts 0 and 3. I've never heard it described that way, but Really like that description, so I'm going to steal it if you're okay with it.
Absolutely.
All right. What questions, comments do we have for the folks in Charleston?
And from Allegheny County. This is Ashley from Allegheny County. I noticed in your the probation and parole intercept that your agents are working at about 250 people per caseload, your general agents. And I was just wondering, are they able to manage those caseloads with a more significant reliance on outside agencies, outside entities? Because I can only imagine their day-to-day with 250 caseloads. Our regular officers carry between 80 and 90, and that's high. So I was just wondering if there is a significant collaboration that you could give some insight on how and what services those agents use on a regular basis to assist those 250 individuals.
I don't know if Jen wants to share a little bit how they integrate there. And I will say just they have really kind of done a triage system where they have this sort of what they call their lowest level, and they do as many as they can where it's not really high level involvement because they can't possibly get to 250. But Jen, I'm sure you've got.
Yeah, so that's actually an area that we're hoping to grow in soon. So yeah, basically our team there is doing more kind of emergency assessments and suicide assessments in our detention center. Our hope is to grow that team to a size where we can be doing more treatment so they don't have such large caseloads, because that we have had that same group in there for a long time, and there are a couple other providers doing some things with the folks in the detention center, but that is one area of growth for us that we would like to have a lower number.
And Jen, you're also embedded in the probation and parole department, or we're working on that.
Is that what she was talking about? I was looking around the thing trying to figure out. I mean, you guys, we had a kind of a joke about it. We're running out of room to do the right stuff on the sim. Yeah, so that's more of a statewide kind of DMH thing with probation and parole. And again, that's another area we just need more people. I don't know about you guys across the country as far as recruiting staff, and if you lost a lot of staff over COVID. But for us, it's been a big challenge for our children providers and our adult providers and our emergency services providers. So recruitment's been tough for us.
We did just receive another question on that note about any challenges retaining staff in training.
That's a constant discussion between Jen and I, and oftentimes we try to support each other with what type of staffing agencies we might use to help staff our nurses, because crisis stabilization is actually embedded in the Charleston Center, which is my agency. And so we serve on interview teams with each other. We try to co-train all of our clinicians together and through a training consortium to help further promote that no wrong door approach, and so that clinicians at both agencies feel comfortable addressing someone that would have a dual disorder. But we are definitely struggling between the two agencies of keeping our staffing levels up. So recruitment and retention has been really difficult, particularly through COVID, especially as we've, our agencies, the way we operate, we both have 24/7 services. And so we have continued to operate through COVID, although sometimes we were able to do some remote work, and a lot of our staff that were remote didn't want to come back to the office to work. So that's added another struggle because people have left to go do private practice where they can do all telehealth from home and not have to come and support a clinic or an agency. So Jen and I try to support each other and work through that as much as possible, and do everything we can to train our clinicians together so that they're well supported.
And Tess, if you don't mind, another one of our team members was unfortunately pulled in a different direction this morning, but she's here now. Radia Baxter, I don't know if you want to say hi. She's with the detention center and programs and services.
Hello, good afternoon. How's everybody doing?
Alrighty,
Hello?
so
I can't, can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. How's everybody doing?
Doing well.
Good.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I'm just getting on right before Jennifer spoke. I was just in another meeting with our sheriff as we were planning out some community engagement activities and just working along with other community partners to ensure that that we're doing the best that we can for our community and our residents here at the detention center of how to make sure that this isn't their in play. So again, forgive me for missing the first part of it.
Thank you. So if there are any final questions, if not, we can move on to, and I'll invite our team from Baton Rouge in East Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
We're not. Okay, I need a thumbs. I was talking, but I guess we're muted, so can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now hear you.
Thank you. Good morning. We're happy to be here with all the other SJC sites and the new sites, although I will say I was a little sad that I had to follow up Charleston, because really you can't follow up Charleston. So, because Chrissy and her team has done such a great job there. But we will do our best to kind of highlight what we're doing here in East Baton Rouge and what we want to do, and then take any questions you may have. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Chris Sunk. I'm the Executive Director of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. I'm also the SJC Project Coordinator. And the CJCC here in Baton Rouge was created out of the Safety and Justice Challenge as part of one of our first goals as a Cohort 3 implementation site. And we've since, over the last couple of years, built into that and built in some other programs with the help of the SJC to help us further reduce. I believe our jail population was at a 47% reduction as of last month, which is fantastic. What's even more exciting is that we've recorded consecutive declines since January. So we are seeing the opposite of a rebound, which is what we were really hoping to see, and not see I know a lot of places are seeing it kind of bounce back up. But it seems like what we're doing is sticking, whether it was induced prior to COVID or induced because of COVID, it's stuck. So we're happy about that. I'm going to let some of our other team members introduce themselves, and we can go back and talk about some of the things that we're doing here. So we'll start with, I have a couple with me and I have a couple on the line. So we'll start with the ones in the room. Brianna?
All right. Hey everyone, I'm Brianna Jeanson, the project assistant for the East Baton Rouge CJCC.
And I'm Lisa Burns. I'm the case manager for our pretrial diversion and recovery program, working with those incarcerated, trying to get them into treatment in the community.
And Dr. Laughinghouse, if you're on the line, you want to say something?
Yes, good morning. I am Jan Laughinghouse, and I am the Executive Director of Capital Area Human Services. Capital Area Human Services provides mental health, addictive disorders, developmental disabilities, and prevention services for a 7-parish region in Louisiana. We do lots of work. Most of our work are in the intercepts 3 through 5, but with regard to our work with law enforcement, we actually provide crisis intervention training to the local police departments and the local sheriff's offices. And we've been doing so for over a decade. The next 40-hour training actually begins in August, so that's pretty soon. Our work in intercepts 3 through 5 actually include our work with the 19th Judicial District's Drug Court. We're their provider. We also provide services to U.S. Probation and Pretrial Services. We provide in-reach to the parish prison, and that would be county jail everywhere else in the United States, where we have a licensed mental health professional who does gains assessments, and we also have a peer who conducts seeking safety groups with those who are housed there. With regard to reentry, we work with the Department of Corrections to make sure there is a warm handoff and secure appointments for mental health and behavioral health and substance use disorder treatments before folks are actually released. That connection is made through a peer. And also, jumping back up, one thing, and I see it's already on the slide here, so Chris will probably discuss it. Don't want to steal your thunder, but we are working with the Baton Rouge Police Department right now to form a mental health response team so that we can actually send out a licensed mental health professional on calls with them to ease that transition. So
I was actually going to add on to that, so thank you.
Okay, all right, that was your segue. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Dr. Laughinghouse. And one of the other team members wasn't able to make it. She is Charlotte Claiborne. She's the executive director of the Bridge Center for Hope, which is the brand new crisis intervention center that was opened here in East Baton Rouge. So she does a much better job of this, but I'm gonna give a quick rundown of what that is. We opened it in February 11th of this year, and it was opened because the public passed a tax to create funding for it. I forget how long the tax is good for, but it's roughly $6 or $7 million a year that they get, and I'm sure Charlotte will correct me when she watches all this later. About half of who they take in, they've released their first quarterly report. About half who they took in was for substance use. The other one was for mental health. The other half, 43% of what they've taken in were been direct commits. That means just people walking off the street and coming in on their own. 57% of it has been first responder drop-offs. And one of the things, for anybody else who has a crisis center, one of the things is trying to ensure that the law enforcement is in and out as quickly as possible. And they were averaging out that it'd take about 5 to 7 minutes, but they timed all of the interactions over the first quarter, and they came out to about 3.6 minutes per interaction of law enforcement brings somebody there. So that's fantastic. And it gets them in, gets them out, and gets back on the street. The structure of the Bridge Center is they have a 23-hour crisis stabilization center. They have a 16-bed short-term recovery center. They have a 16-bed detox, and then they have a 16-bed respite center. And they you'll come in and you'll start in one section and you'll transition to another depending on what you need. But they also have case managers and resource coordinators that help connect you with resources, and then hopefully try to get warm handoffs so they're not just walking right out the door and coming back later. They also are working on a mobile response team that will be, I believe, a licensed clinician that will have, or a couple of licensed clinicians that will be able to do some outreach and respond in lieu of law enforcement response. The other thing that we are doing is the pretrial diversion and recovery program, and we're kind of proud of that here. This is Lisa is the case manager for that, and we have another employee, Miss Debbie, who is our resource coordinator, and I kind of help manage the program from a very high altitude. But that program was started using innovation funds, and it's been around for a while. It's since been fully funded, I think, since 2018 from the city parish government, which we're very proud of. And they work. We're going to put some links in the chat boxes with the links to our website, and from there you can get some more detailed information to a lot of that information about the pretrial diversion and recovery program and the Bridge Center for Hope. But really, they work to identify. It's a team effort, and it's one of the things that helped build the CJCC, actually, because this existed before the CJCC, because we have a team, we have a dedicated public defender, we have a dedicated district attorney, we have our team here, plus we have a dedicated judge. So he runs his own docket for this. It's not drug court. It's out. just refer to it as pretrial diversion court once a month. It's a once a month docket that all the clients come to, whether they're graduating or just beginning the process. And the short of it is that there are people in the jail. We try to identify them at call out, which is the very first appearance in front of a judge with the public defender and the DA's help. And now I think even now that COVID has kind of subsided, Lisa's going back into the jail and sitting through call out and helping to kind of get a quicker connect with them. Once they're identified, Lisa will do a full assessment on them, bring it back to the team and say, you know, whether she thinks that they are good for the program or not. Ultimately, it's going to be the approval of the district attorney because honestly, the public defender is never going to say no. But the district attorney has to be the one to say, yeah, I approve of this person. There's a case plan drawn up for them. They agree to the case plan. We go to the judge. The judge changes their bond from whatever amount, cash amount is set to a RR bond. And then they start the program. Typically, it takes 6 to 9 months, and that's without any hiccups. With some hiccups, you're in there, it could be a year. One of the things I like to say about the program is we don't have a definitive timeline. It's about you meeting your goals and the goals of the program, because a lot of them hear the 6 months, and when they've had a couple of hiccups and it's close to the 6 months, they start getting antsy. And then Lisa does a very good job of explaining, like, it's about their progress coming through there. But we also like to, it's not about just about their sobriety. It's about, did we get the warning? Yes. It's not about just the sobriety, though. It's also about getting them connected to resources, getting them jobs, getting them stable housing.
Right.
Those are all the things that we try to work through on the program participants before they graduate, so that we know they have a solid foundation which to move on to. Once they graduate, the DA will dismiss all their charges. So we're truly a pretrial diversion program. The other thing about the program that I like to tout is that there's zero cost to the program participant. If they need clothing to go to detox, we'll buy them, you know, a couple days worth of clothing from Walmart or Salvation Army or wherever. If they need a ride somewhere, we'll pay for Ubers. If they need help with, like, at a halfway house with the first week's, you know, rent there, we'll help them with that. That's built into our budget because we didn't want to be a lot of diversion programs get a bad rap because they end up costing people, and some people just can't afford to do them. So we wanted it to be completely with no cost to them. Am I missing anything, Lisa?
No, I think you covered it all. The only other thing I would say is we have a lot of clients that want to stay in the program. They contact us afterwards. And as far as where I'd like to take it is I would like to incorporate more peer specialists as well. So that's one area that I'd like to grow in the program, that program in.
And we've also been having, along with expanding this program, we've been having discussions about trying to establish a frequent utilizers database. So I'm very interested in what some of you got, the other sites are doing with the frequent utilizers. I did it in a previous jurisdiction, and it's, from what I understand, it's turned out pretty well. So we're going to work through that as well. And I think that's about it for us. Dr. Laughinghouse, anything to add?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do see one that did just pop up in the chat, asking if you could expand on the respite, oh, pardon, I'm just scrolling as they're coming in, on the respite programmer center, and how many days do people stay? Is it a step down from crisis stabilization? If you could provide some more context around that program.
So I can provide just a little bit more context. Charlotte could do a much better job than I can on this. And what I'll try to do is send along some to the entire group, now the IMPACT Network, some more information on the Bridge Center for Hope. But I believe the step down is 28 days. I think it's less than, or no.
Well, it was on that thing, it's on the website. There's like different time frames, basically, that thing that I sent.
Yeah, you go from the
Yeah.
24-hour, and I think it's either 14 or 28 days that you can stay in the step down until you're moved out of it.
There's one that's like 3 to 5 days, depending on, and what I like about the Bridge Center as well, there's no wrong door. They don't refuse anyone. No one is refused. They bring them in and assess them. But there's different areas, like respite care, as Chris said, is a little bit longer. There's
detox.
There's detox is short term. But there's different stages or different phases. The average length of stay, it's up to 10 days. I'm sorry.
For the respite.
Okay.
For the respite. And then 5 to 7 for the detox. And then for the short-term psychiatric, the average length of stay is 3 to 5 days. So.
And looking down to the next question, is there a police drop-off?
Yes.
For the center? There is a separate police drop-off out aside from the main entrance where the public can walk in on their own.
Police as well as first responders, EMS, and
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I did see some back and forth regarding the role of peers. I'm not sure if there's anything else that you all wanted to add to that.
Yeah, we wanted to, like Lisa said, we are looking at ways to incorporate peer support specialists, and I saw Dr. Lappinghouse put some stuff in there too, into our programming. There is a significant presence of peer support specialists at the Bridge Center for Hope too. I do know that.
Yes, there is.
But I do have one suggestion for Travis, Ashley, Lisa. Maybe we share the SIMs from the sites that have had them done that are part of this. I think that might be helpful I think it would be helpful to look at those, plus the new sites might find it helpful for those.
Chris, I agree with that. And I definitely think that's part of the next communications that we should have with all the sites. And, with our 6 new sites joining the network, maybe, Ashley Kreider had the good suggestion of looking at the sequential intercept model with them and their sites and assisting with, even if it's an abbreviated map, creating one. So thanks for bringing that up. It's a good idea.
Excellent. So with that, we can move on to our next group of presenters from Milwaukee County. If you'd like to tell us what's going on in Wisconsin.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Perkins. I'm the Safety and Justice Challenge Project Manager for our Milwaukee County team. I'm housed in our local CJCC, the Milwaukee Community Justice Council. So before I get into some of the details of the slide, I also just want to call on some of my team members just to identify themselves and just share how they're connected with this project. So I'll go in the order that I see them. I've got Tom Reed that's on the call. Tom, could you introduce yourself? Go Bucks. Yes, thanks, Reggie.
Yes, I'm Tom Reed. I run the Public Defender's Office here in Milwaukee, and we're very grateful to be part of this. And I think that we have recognized for a long time that this particular population of people are the ones that are very poorly served by our criminal justice system. And there's just a lot of opportunity by building partnerships with behavioral health and housing to do something that is really remarkably better than what has historically been done.
Thank you, Tom. I see the Chief Judge, Mary Trigiano, if you could introduce yourself.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for having us here today. We're excited to be part of the IMPACT Network. I see some of our wonderful partners at PRI, including Travis and Ashley and Reggie. I would agree with Tom. Certainly here our collaborations are extremely strong. We also have a unique opportunity after COVID to also look at how we do things better. I think COVID certainly showed us that there are areas that we can do much better and do much better sooner than later. Working on our mental health treatment court, working on with behavioral health, et cetera. The only other thing that I would mention is that we're paying, and hopefully most people are paying more attention to the fact that the people doing this work, the Tom Reeds, the Erin Perkins, the people who just spoke about the wonderful things they're doing in their county, and their locations are really also struggling. A lot of this work has to be done in the executive functioning part of our brains, and COVID has really impacted us as well. So we need to look out after each other's well-being to continue to do this amazing work. But we're also grateful for the support that we get from everyone. And I'm grateful to work with, in particular, Aaron and Tom and others in Milwaukee County to really make this a really fabulous site to do really good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Dr. Keel?
Hi, everyone. I'm Justin Keel, Chief Psychologist at the Behavioral Health Division. And I think, like has already been mentioned, we have just great collaborations here in Milwaukee between behavioral health and the various partners in the criminal justice system. So really look forward to continuing all the great work that we've been doing and continue to do.
Thank you, Dr. Keel. I've also got Mandy. Mandy, are you able to join us and introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Mandy Potapenko, Director for Milwaukee County's CJC.
All right, and I think I also saw Kent join us as well. Kent, are you able to join us and introduce yourself?
I am. Good afternoon to all of you. Kent Lovern, Milwaukee County DA's Office, Chief Deputy District Attorney. Glad to be here today and really appreciate the working relationship we have with our team here in Milwaukee County.
Thank you. Thank you all for doing those introductions. So on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see a few other folks, and this is really focused on our team around our SJC work that works on our behavioral health strategy. We've been fortunate to be part of the Safety and Justice Challenge since the start of the initiative back in 2015. So in addition to mental health work, we also have strategies focused on case processing, expanded data, as well as racial equity. So just under the behavioral health strategy that we have, we hired a behavioral health liaison. We have them listed here as a criminal justice liaison, but we also tend to refer to them as the BHD liaison after the agency that they come from. That is a specialist that we hired from or through our county behavioral health division, who helps to identify people who are in custody who have behavioral health needs and then link them to a variety of different community-based resources for individuals who are involved in the criminal justice system. We also used our dollars from the Safety and Justice Challenge grant to provide peer support for individuals who are involved in our behavioral health strategies through an organization called Our Space. I serve as sort of a facilitator for our behavioral health work and help to oversee the connection between the overall grant and our behavioral health strategy. We have 2 attorneys that we fund through our grant from both the district attorney's office as well as from our public defender's office. So they really have become specialists in the intersection of mental health and the criminal justice system and have been really critical to just furthering our understanding between these 2 fields and helping to really focus on this caseload. So we do have attorneys from both of those offices. In a previous iteration of the Safety and Justice Challenge, we funded what was called a community intervention specialist position. We had 3 of them that came from the housing division, and they were helping to sort of monitor our behavioral health caseload for our mental health diversion work. Just as we sort of recalibrated with our Safety and Justice Challenge work over time, we started off with what was called the Post-Booking Stabilization Program. And the program was structured slightly differently with these CIS workers through the housing division. But what we realized as we went forward with our Safety and Justice Challenge work was that we wanted to have a stronger connection to our behavioral health services and really have an individual who understood the array of different community-based services that were available and could help us to do assessments and really inform the decisions that are made by our district attorney's office and our public defender's office. So in restructuring the program, what was called PBS is now just called generally mental health diversion. And instead of staffing the 3 community intervention specialist positions, we now have the behavioral health liaison position. And really part of that restructuring too also helped us to make sure that we were working with a larger caseload of individuals. So under our PBS program, as we called it, we were able to serve about 139 individuals over a 2-year period. But once we brought on the BHD liaison, that person was able to help us serve about 920 individuals that have come through our criminal justice system. So we've been able to increase our capacity to work with individuals who have behavioral health needs in the criminal justice system just by restructuring. We've had a significant amount of support from our judiciary. The chief judge, of course, has been a champion of this work in Milwaukee County, but we've also had considerable support from other members of our judiciary, like Judge Cynthia Davis, as well as our deputy chief, Judge Ashley, or Carl Ashley. So I think that really rounds out who a number of our key partners are overall across our mental health strategies. We've really worked at the front end of the intercepts, largely over our Safety and Justice Challenge work. During phase 2 of the Safety and Justice Challenge, we funded what was called a crisis assessment response team. There are a number of crisis assessment response teams that we have in Milwaukee County, but we used our grant dollars to to establish one that had county-wide jurisdiction. So we've had some that have been focused on certain segments of the county to date, but then that was the first one that really allowed us to be able to serve people across the county. So that pairs a behavioral health specialist along with law enforcement to respond to individuals who have mental health needs out in the community. So it was really tailored towards keeping people out of that front door of the criminal justice system. Since that time, the Behavioral Health Division was able to absorb those positions that were funded through the county, and they've gone on to establish a team with the Sheriff's Office to continue that county-wide jurisdiction. We also helped to introduce a brief jail mental health screen into our jail screening process so that we could identify people who had behavioral health needs once they came into the jail. I described our PBS program and our mental health diversion program. Using that brief jail mental health screen, that's what helps us to identify who has behavioral health needs when they come into the jail. The behavioral health liaison is the individual who conducts assessments and helps to reconnect people to services if they already had a service provider out in the community, or they help to establish a new connection with behavioral health services, and then working with those attorneys in the district attorney's office and the public defender's office, they're able to help come up with a plan to try to keep that person from further criminal justice engagement, and just set up a diversion agreement so that that person is able to receive treatment and connect to services and make sure that we're monitoring that individual so that they're not continuously cycling back through the criminal justice system. So it's really those sort of three-prong partners that really help us to be able to identify people with behavioral health needs and connect them back with community resources. And then lastly, I wanted to mention, we've been working with PRI just to try to establish a treatment court around behavioral health. We've had some pilots around mental health courts, but we want to expand that capacity locally. So we're hoping to be able to learn more and dig more deeply into what our current system looks like, what our needs are, and then help to be able to build out more of a treatment court capacity here in Milwaukee County. As far as our strengths, I think we can all agree that we have a real commitment to partnership around the table. We may not always agree on things, but there's always a willingness to come back to the table and figure out the next steps forward and how to resolve different issues as they come up. And I think overall, our goal in being involved in the IMPACT Network is that we would like to develop a more cohesive continuum of mental health intervention. So we have mental health diversion, we're working on the mental health court piece of things, but we like to think more deeply and really put additional pieces in place that will allow us to be able to better serve this population across a continuum of their needs. The other areas that I say that I think that we can also improve on and that we'd like to be working on more closely would be the familiar face population. We did hire a jail population analyst who's working on a familiar face project for us right now, which will be used for us to better understand our behavioral health population. We'd also like to do some more storytelling around the work that we're doing. So we have a lot of those really excellent stories that come from our frontline workers about different successes that we've had in doing this work. But we'd really like to be able to help to spread additional information both across the SJC network as well as just across the country about what this kind of work does and how impactful it can be. So with that, I will turn things over to my colleagues if they'd like to add any additional comments and then open it up for questions from Milwaukee County.
Great job, Erin.
So with that, do we have any questions for Milwaukee County? You all can feel free to use the chat box or to come off mute. And if not, we'll move forward. So up next, we've got Pennington County, South Dakota. If your team members would like to unmute and tell us what's going on in South Dakota.
I can start. This is Liz Hassett, and can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you,
Okay.
but we can't see you, Liz. There you are. Great.
There I am. You would think by now I could figure that out. My name is Liz Hassett, and I am the grant manager for Pennington County and the point of contact for the MacArthur Safety and Justice Challenge. We have had quite a few issues with staffing, and it's summertime, and so we have 2 individuals that were able to be on today, and multiple others that we're working on gaining part of the team. So I will actually see if Barry Tice, I'm not sure if he's still on. Barry, are you here? All right, how about Terry Corrigan?
Hi, Liz. Yes, I'm here. Hi. Did you just want me to introduce myself, or how do you want to do that?
If you can introduce yourself and talk about what you're doing and what's going on in the world of behavioral health, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Great. Yep. Hello, everyone. My name is Terry Corrigan. I am the Associate Executive Officer and Clinical Director for Behavior Management Systems in Rapid City, South Dakota. We're a local community mental health center, provide services to the vast majority of the western side of the state. As it comes to sort of the safety and justice piece, Behavior Management Systems is partnered with Liz and her team on a number of the pieces, and I think our community has a lot of great things going on as it pertains to collaboration. Let's see, we do currently have and participate and support several specialty courts, including mental health court, drug court, DUI court, and veterans court in our area. As a mental health center, we do operate we have a 24-hour or less crisis care center in our care campus that is specific to mental health crisis, mental health or substance abuse crisis if requested. Again, working on quick drop-offs for law enforcement, and then really working on coordination of care and supports in the community from those stops there. We're in the process of developing a couple of new pieces as a community collaboration process. So we're working on some crisis response teams that would be kind of a co-responder model to include fire department, medical, potentially law enforcement, and mental health, as well as a cultural consultant who might be a part of our co-responder team. So we're in the really early stages of that, trying to get that up and running. And then this year during our legislative session, we were awarded, well, I should say the county was awarded some money to build a crisis stabilization unit. And so we'll actually combine our 24-hour or less kind of triage and support with a kind of a 24 to 5 to 7 day stabilization unit. So we're really excited to see what the development of that looks like in the coming years. So in addition to that, obviously we provide regular mental health or historical mental health support for adults with serious mental illness, as well as youth and families. So hopefully that helps, Liz.
That's perfect. Thank you, Terry. And I noticed Barry jumped off right before he was supposed to speak. Terry talked about the crisis care center as part of the care campus. And one of the things that the crisis care center was built after we became a MacArthur Safety and Justice Challenge in 2015. And it was really something that has been in conversation for multiple years, but really came to fruition after discussions through the Safety and Justice Challenge and other conversations. It opened in, let's see, September of 2018. Is that right, Terry? Seems like it was like yesterday that it opened. And honestly, since the opening of the CARE campus, we were able to see a reduction in class 2 nonviolent low-level individuals into the jail by about 60 to 80%, depending on the month. And so that was definitely a game changer for seeing a reduction in our jail population. And mostly there's a very high population of individuals that are utilizing the CARE campus that are in lieu of other, the emergency department with regard to crisis care, self-referral into the CARE campus. One of my favorite things about the CARE campus is that law enforcement and others can go in, and there's actually an amnesty box in that front area, and they can drop whatever off, and even the law enforcement officer can kind of look the other way and say, if you have anything on your person that would, create a charge once you go past that entry point, drop it in there. And, so individuals, even if they're coming in from law enforcement into that kind of single point of entry area for Safe Solutions, which is, just a safe place for individuals that are under the influence to sleep, detox, crisis care center, et cetera. They can do so without a charge. And so we actually have about 16% of the law enforcement referrals to the CARE campus are true system diversions, meaning they could have actually, received a charge because of how law enforcement came into contact with them. So that's been really helpful. And that's probably one of our biggest wins with regard to behavioral health since our time with the Safety and Justice Challenge. And as Terry talked about, the crisis stabilization unit is going to be extremely helpful. We do not have our nearest stabilization area is all the way on the other side of the state. And so that takes people away from our community, away from their families. And so it'll be really nice to have that option. And then the crisis response team that Terry talked about, along with we also have a quality of life unit, which is a police department led unit. And they work alongside our behavioral, the Health and Human Services case managers to really engage and do street outreach to individuals, kind of our familiar face population. And that's been going really, really well with just engaging individuals with services and link them to the CARE campus. One other thing that we piloted last year, July of 2020, was a pretrial monitoring program. And we don't have pretrial services in our community or in our state. And so one of the things that we realized is before case disposition, individuals were just floating around unless they were referred to an alcohol drug testing program or involved in an electronic monitoring option, or just simply remaining in jail. And so the whole goal of that pretrial monitoring program is to link people up with services and just provide general support. And one of those services that we almost always refer individuals to is the CARE campus and Health and Human Services, just because they have such a plethora of options and connections with other community-based organizations. And really, we don't want them to connect with us as a system player. We want them to connect with the service providers as ongoing assistance. I think that we have so many things that I'm probably forgetting some areas, but one of the things that I'm excited about is just being part of the SJC. I know Barry Tice, who's our Health and Human Services Director, he's been to multiple breakout sessions and those kinds of things. And we rely very heavily on Reggie. I'm sure she's sick of hearing from us all the time. But if we have anything, we literally have a connection to really a whole other world of connections and of people. And so I'm really excited about this team and this impact network to move forward. So Any questions? Or Terry, did I miss anything?
Not that I can see, Liz. Thank you.
Perfect, thanks.
Great. So if anyone has any questions, oh, I see one. How do you market to the general public and law enforcement so they know how to access services at the CARE campus?
Terry, do you want me to take that one?
Sure, go right ahead. And I just got a couple of things. So if you don't hit them, I'll bring up the rear on it.
Perfect. I can focus on the law enforcement aspect. You know, when the CARE campus opened, we completed quite a few trainings with law enforcement, judges, state's attorneys, you know, all the system players, and really just talking about what the goal of the CARE campus was and what the purpose was and what it means to them. So we went to all of the, you know, briefings for law enforcement, and there were quite a few community events and community conversations, but I will let Terry touch base on those.
Sure. Yeah, and then I think we had some really good sort of media sorts of things, YouTube and video productions that really did tours of the campus, what the goals were. Some of those were publicized on television. We just recently shifted some entry pieces so that people could have direct access to the crisis care center on the mental health crisis side, because we were finding just some people with mental health crisis were struggling kind of going through the intake process that had related to kind of more of the sobering beds or detox entrance. And so we actually have reworked our entrance for mental health. And so we've just recently kind of released a video about that entrance and people being able to walk in the door there and get services immediately, and the fact that it's voluntary. So, you know, those would be, I think the big things is that those media pieces are really going out on social media and, you know, like television and some of those sorts of things to help the public be aware.
Thank you both. Do we have any additional questions for our folks from Pennington County? Alrighty, so if not, we are a bit ahead, but we are going to go into our 15-minute break next. I suppose we can round off the 2 minutes and we can all agree to return at 1:30 Eastern time. You guys can feel free to turn off your cameras and to mute yourselves. You don't have to pop out of the meeting since we'll be right back in 15 minutes, but I hope that everyone enjoys their break. And we will resume with our next 5 groups. See you all soon. Alrighty, so I've got 1:30 on my end as we all begin to come back. And before we get into our next 5 sites, and do we have our folks from Eau Claire County back on the line yet?
Yes, this is Tiana. I'm here.
Excellent. Alrighty, so if you'd like to get started, whenever you're ready.
Okay, perfect. I know that most of my team is here, except for 2 people. So hopefully, when I start talking, they'll start. When I hand it off, they'll start talking. So, my name is Tiana Glenn. I'm the Criminal Justice Director for Eau Claire County, which is in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. We are very fortunate to have been selected for this work. As listening to the previous presenters, wow, we got a lot of work to do. I think we have all the pieces in place. Just bringing them together, we have the full highly functioning CJCC. We have a subcommittee called the Evidence-Based Decision Making, really original, but we are one of the sites through the NIC EBDM initiative. And so we have a subgroup that really looks at the data, the research, and ensures that we're doing this work inside the criminal justice system, and we have support from all the key stakeholders. The members that I have on the meeting today and that are part of this initiative are the key ones that are working with SMI in our county. And we have a charge from our CJCC that is really focusing on the mental health initiative in our county and the racial and ethnic disparities across the system. So what I'm going to do in light of time is just hand it over to Dan Brzezina, who I'm very fortunate to have on board, and then I will hand it off to the next people on our list, and they can introduce themselves and what their focus is. What I do want to say is one thing that I've been hearing a lot and seeing a lot is the sequential intercept models that you guys have, which is amazing to be able to put that information into one area, which I hope that we could get some. I heard earlier that we might be able to get some help and guidance as to how to do that and how to format that. But I'm going to hand it over to Dan Brzezina, as he will talk about 2 specific areas that we're working on within the Safety and Justice Challenge area. Dan, are you there still?
I am. Hopefully people can see me as well and hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, I'm getting a thumbs up that you can hear and see me. So thank you for the opportunity to be part of this. As Tiana highlighted, we are an EBDM evidence-based decision-making county with a structured criminal justice collaborating council. We're thankful to have NIC, National Institute of Corrections, help us with a lot of technical assistance through the years. As part of that work, we have built some really good structures. Some of the things that we've built so far to date, I'll quickly go through them because time is the essence with 10 minutes. Like many of you, we've received a lot of recent CIT, critical incident training for our law enforcement folks. We built infrastructure. We have a system in place called Northwest Connections, which is a mobile phone service, and to include mobile triage services for our law enforcement in our community to assist with mental health identification and potential diversion up front versus the traditional method that our officers didn't have that support. We do have treatment courts post-conviction, working with specific needs for individuals with mental health and/or SUDS matters. We do have Community Transition Center, which is a pretrial system in place for individuals to enhance avoiding reincarceration. We do have pretrial assessment program, which is newly implemented for us in our county, where we look at folks and do proper assessments and tracking mechanisms to research that later down the line, pretrial pieces for those folks to return into court. We did implement Proxy, which is a law enforcement tool to determine risk for potential diversion from arrest, for example. In our county, we divert roughly 400 people a year that we would have traditionally arrested and brought to jail or introduced into the criminal justice system pre-charge. That's a program run through our district attorney's office. In recent years, we've hired a social worker through our Department of Human Services for release planning mechanisms for those for like a quasi case management that are coming out of our jail. We do have CCS, a comprehensive community services program built through our Department of Human Services, very specific around assisting those identified with mental health and SUDS issues in our community. Our district attorney's office has been at the table with a lot of OWI or pre-charge diversion programs like I just talked about. We're thankful to have a systems analysis person. We built a data dashboard, and our goal is to continue that work across the system to track those folks that we see come in and out of our criminal justice system frequently. And many times those are the folks that we're trying to keep in the community, but have difficulty doing that because of mental health and SUDS issues. We are a stepping up initiative community. We're doing a lot of work around that, and I've been furiously writing notes when I've listened to the previous folks talking about different programs and interactions at steps along the way in the system. We do have jail mental health services provided through a contracted service with connections to our Department of Human Services within the jail. And we do partnership with a lot of community folks as well. So previous to being the criminal justice systems coordinator, I was in law enforcement for 28 years, excuse me, and seen a lot of crossroads with people. So part of my new job is to look at our system, look at some of the gaps, or common gaps along the way. And a few areas that I'll highlight quickly that we need to continue working on is those upfront services versus waiting for the criminal justice system to be involved with folks who have mental health and SUDS. So recently we were looking at our co-responder models. Our largest agency in Eau Claire County is the Eau Claire Police Department. They've actually hired a mental health co-responder person. So we're looking at that system, trying to get those services moved up front to include looking at our dispatch center, training, implementation potentially of those services within dispatch, a review of services for our current providers, like our Northwest Connections, for example, that I just talked about. How can they be a better partner, or how can we enhance those services up front versus waiting for those services on the back end of things? And I know a lot of communities are asking the same question is, once we've identified, we've trained our officers, we've done all those types of things, divert the what? So right now in Eau Claire County, we struggle with any specialized crisis facilities. So we're looking at a lot of different communities who have receiving centers, living rooms, crisis clinics, those types of services up front, where we can get law enforcement in and out and people services on the civil side versus on the criminal justice side of things. To follow that up with both post-crisis centers or those wraparound services, I think are really, really critical. People have talked about peer support programs. We have dabbled with that a little bit here in our community, but we know that that's an area that we need to focus on to enhance those as well. System-wide assessment tools were talked about, and those are areas that we need to look at a little bit deeper. Providing more help in our jail for our sheriff and sheriff's office, I think, is a critical piece. Like most communities, the jail is overlooked as part of the entire system. I think that needs to be looked at just a little bit closer to what can we do within the jail and how do we want to utilize those beds, I think is a comment that was made earlier. We meet weekly now with a group to include probation, who is looking at putting a probation officer or agent embedded in the jail to work more closely with those folks that we see coming in and out with those specialty needs. Like I mentioned before, we have a lot of really good resources through our treatment courts. We're looking at putting those services more in a pretrial versus post-conviction status to look at what that might accomplish with some of that true diversion pieces with folks that have identified as mental health or having SUDS issues. With that is enhancing our pretrial screening mechanisms. I've heard a few talk about actually having someone, a clinician within the jail and or at the front end with law enforcement doing those types of services. So housing obviously is a big deal in every community with homelessness and that stabilization piece. I think Maslow theory was used once with one of the previous presenters. Data sharing across the system is a struggle for us. There's a lot of HIPAA and or other issues that hamper those things. So we're looking at cross systems communications to try to enhance those pieces as well. And then we have things that are kind of out of our control, state statutes around mental health and in Chapter 55 commitment type laws do hamper sometimes when we have identified people that are in crisis and they're not cooperative in gaining those services in our community. How do we engage those situations for people to want to get assistance from us or for us? We've done a good job through the years of training our key stakeholders, if you will. A lot of turnover happens through the years, as I did recently retire as well. For my profession, is that continued retraining and reconnections of those who are those key stakeholders in our community and those decision points. So I guess, to boil it down, we're looking at two different things in our community is equity, inclusion, and diversity, and how that impacts the system and our mental health engagements, not only from the criminal justice side of things, but also through the entire community. So we'll be looking to this group for those engagement points, how they look at their data, how they process things, and what the end goal is a safe community and less interaction with people with mental health and SUDS in the jails and in our criminal justice systems, and how they do that effectively and safely. So I think I kept it within the time frame, and I'll open it up back to Tiana and Glenna.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. And I'm very fortunate to have Dan in the position that he is, because he can focus on this specifically, where my role is more broader, but he's kind of the glue that keeps everything together. Someone else mentioned this streamline the connective tissues aspect of it, which I really like, because he's that one that brings everything together. So with the time that we have remaining, what I'd really like to do is just have the others that are on our team pull their camera up and just quick introduce yourself and what your focus area is. So could we go with Dana, and then probably Dave, and then Jen? I know that you guys are on. I'm not sure if Travis is with Dave or not. So Dana, are you there?
Yep. So I'm Dana Swanstrom, and I'm a data analyst, specifically in the Criminal Justice Department.
Dave, are you there? Or Jen? Okay, not hearing them. And I forgot, I omitted.
No, excuse me, Dave is here. I see his mouth moving, but he's obviously having some sound problems with his computer. My name is Jennifer Coyne. I am the outpatient clinic manager and treatment courts manager for the Eau Claire County Department of Human Services. One of the things that we have done in the past year, I just want to throw this out, I won't take a long time, is we have umbrellaed the treatment courts under the outpatient clinic. And what that has done is it's very much improved our ability to respond quickly to our participants' mental health and substance abuse needs, and also created a very collaborative environment for which the treatment courts and the clinicians to talk and help our participants. This is still new, and we continue to work and improve on the services. The lion's share of the treatment services given to participants in treatment courts are through the clinic. we do have some folks that we contract with for other services, and Amanda Longsdorf from Lutheran Social Services is one of those people that we contract with, and I believe she is here with us today. I hope. I can't tell. So thank you for inviting us to participate in this, and it's been really both amazing to hear some of the initiatives that have been done around this country, and also, as Tiana says, it really feels like we still have a lot of work to be done in our area. So thank you for sharing your experiences and the work that you're doing.
Thanks, Jen. And recently our DHS department our mental health work has been contracted out in the past. And so we were able to move it into an in-house position, in-house program, which has been instrumental in the work that we're doing. That connectiveness with the jail and our friendly faces, a new term that I'm using because frequent flyers, common users, whatever it is, I like the friendly faces comment. So I don't know if Dave, Captain Rivastal is available or not. I'm not hearing him, but he is the captain at our jail, and he has his lieutenant, Travis Holbrook, who is also on this group. And they have been working with us and my data analyst to do that deeper dive as to who do we have in our system. So I thank you guys. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm excited to learn, and so we can emulate some of the work that you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Tiana. We've got one question so far in the chat inquiring about the structure of treatment courts and what does it mean that those treatment courts are underneath the outpatient clinic.
Jen, you want to take that?
And I'm sorry if I said underneath. I meant that we're under the same umbrella. So I manage both. I'm intimately involved with the workings of both the clinic and the treatment court. And since we've stopped contracting with outside providers, the clinical staff is now working primarily with all of our treatment court participants. So we offer individual services, we offer some trauma services, individual trauma services, and also the Matrix program that is all done within the clinic. There are other services available to and recommended for treatment court participants that we still do contract out with LSS for. So what that essentially means is that we have a just more collaborative, with the clinic also takes in other people as well from the community, but we have a very on the spot, immediate, collaborative relationship between both the clinic and the treatment courts. Does that better explain, or are there other questions about that? Okay, thank you. I see the thumbs up. Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you. Do we have any additional questions for our folks in Eau Claire County? Just a moment for anyone who'd like to unmute or write in the chat. Alrighty, so up next we've got Middlesex County in Massachusetts.
Hi everyone, can you hear and see me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, I'm Katya Sharp. I staff the Middlesex County Restoration Center Commission, which is sort of the group that is involved in the Impact Network work, alongside two actually new colleagues who are also now staffing the commission too. I think what we're going to do structurally is I'm going to introduce you to Donna Mosh, who is the co-chair, one of the co-chairs of the commission. She'll do a background on the commission's work, which has spanned the last 3 years, and kind of what we're working on now. And then we'll go through introductions from the rest of our crew and folks who are introducing themselves. If you can talk about kind of what organization you work for, why that organization is involved in the commission, and any other sequential intercept map components that you work on kind of in your day job. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Donna Mosh. Donna, do we have you on the line?
I see her video, Katya, but I don't see her in the chairs. Maybe she had to step away.
Okay. Well, then instead, I'll just give a little overview. She can chime in if she returns, and then we'll do introductions. So the Middlesex County Restoration Center Commission has been around for the last 3 years. It's composed of 13 members from legislative backgrounds, criminal justice backgrounds, behavioral health backgrounds, and advocacy backgrounds. It's co-chaired by Donna, who's the president and CEO of the Mass Association for Mental Health, and Sheriff Katujan, who's the sheriff for Middlesex County. Sheriff Katujan really kind of got this commission going alongside State Senator Cindy Friedman. It's a legislative commission that's tasked with looking at diversion of individuals who could either have been arrested or hospitalized due to a behavioral health condition, using a restoration center model, somewhat based on the San Antonio Bexar County model, but obviously tailored to the needs of Middlesex County. So, in our first year of operation, the commission looked at what are sort of the gaps and needs in Middlesex County in terms of behavioral health diversion. In our second year, we composed a model for what a restoration center could look like to address those gaps and needs in our county, using the help and consulting work of a local provider who does behavioral health services for many justice-involved folks. And now we're actually at the really exciting and fun part of the project, which is we're about to launch a pilot project in Middlesex County. So I'm gonna now let everyone introduce themselves and kind of how they are kind of helping with that work. I'm just gonna go down the list in order. So Dave Ryan, do you want to unmute and introduce yourself?
Hi, can everyone hear me and see me?
Yes.
I just spoke to Donna. She's on her way. She just had to take another phone call. So thank you, Katya, for that. Also, I just wanted to take a moment on behalf of Sheriff Katujan, obviously the other co-chair of the commission, to thank MacArthur and PRI for inviting us to this network. Everyone is super excited about being part of this and just been so impressed so far today with all of the presentations, and really look forward to the future collaboration that we're going to have together. As Katya sort of pointed out, we're just kind of getting started out with standing up the Restoration Center here in Middlesex. So we definitely want to kind of learn a lot from folks here, and hopefully with some of the other areas of the sequential intercept map, areas that we can be helpful as well. And also lessons learned that we've learned to date so far in the planning and implementation, because at least speaking for myself, I've learned a lot on, getting, to this point. But I thought it would be helpful to kind of back up a little bit and give you some background, from the law enforcement background, from Sheriff Katujan's perspective on how we kind of got here. Before he became sheriff, he spent 14 years in the state legislature here with backgrounds in healthcare and public health, respective committees that he chaired. And so when he came into the sheriff's office, he sort of had that perspective and looking at the inmate population. And then, from there, we actually have 54 police departments here in Middlesex. So Middlesex County is rather large. It's 1.6 million people. And then going around and talking to a lot of the chiefs, the one thing that he kept hearing is that we're not arresting people, but you're not giving us a solution to divert to what, like, other than taking them to the emergency department or arresting them. And they're just getting tired of doing that. So, when he was kind of trying to get a sense of like, okay, where are we at with this? He tried to start to explore what best practices were out there. The other thing that we did was get some baseline data on our population. And, I don't think Middlesex is unique in the sense that we have an overwhelming majority of folks in our custody have unaddressed behavioral health issues. So, just quickly, 80% with an SUD, over 50% with the history of mental illness, and then 76% with co-occurring. So, with those numbers, which are gross, we started to really look to alternatives to arrest and incarceration, to sort of look up more sort of upstream for alternatives to having folks actually come to jail. So the sheriff, as we started to kind of poke around and look at some of the best practices, obviously Bexar County popped up. So the sheriff actually went down and met with Leon Evans, the architect of Bexar County at the time, who I believe is retired, and sat with him for about 3 hours to kind of go over what this was all about. And that's where he became kind of sold on this idea and kind of bringing that back to Massachusetts and then starting to work with a lot of different stakeholders. I think Middlesex County, among other things, is a good case study in executive level buy-in, which you obviously need like leadership buy-in for these types of initiatives because they're extremely complex, but also like a robust, dedicated, diverse stakeholder group. And I think that's what we have here with the commission. We have everybody at the table that I think we need in order to accomplish this. And I believe that we have accomplished, a lot to date. So now sort of shifting over to sort of intercept 3 and what we're doing sort of behind the wall. The sheriff likes to say a few things. Number one, that reentry begins at day 1. And number 2, you shouldn't have to come to jail to get good treatment. So, that's more on the sort of the diversionary side. We'd like folks to stay in community if they can receive their treatment and not have to come to jail. But the sheriff is very proud of the program and treatment we provide behind the wall when they're with us. But, just for context, on the sentence side, which is about 200, I think our count today is 187 for the sentence side. They're with us for probably 8 to 9 months. And on the pretrial side, which I think is like 421 today, that is about, I think, 60 days is sort of the average. So we don't have them for a very long period of time. So that's why the sheriff likes to say that reentry begins at day 1. And we do a lot with medication assisted treatment. We have a specialty unit for 18 to 24-year-olds. We have a specialty unit for military veterans called Humvee. And so a lot of the focus is on CBT programming, but also we also have another program that we just launched a couple of years ago called the Behavioral Health Justice Involved Initiative, which was actually born out of some BJA funding that we received. And what that's involved very broadly is it's in reach from a behavioral health provider within the community. They come in and they do individual service plans for each participant, and then they do post-release navigation within the community. It's really that sort of bridge to services, that navigator role that we find works really well with folks in our MAT program that we have. We offer all 3 forms of MAT, but also for this separate, what they call the BHJI program for helping folks with co-occurring, just sort of re-enter into the community and get connected to all those social determinants of health and community supports that they need to actually not, come back to jail. So we're working obviously at each sort of stage, right? So upfront prevention while they're with us, focusing on the programming and the treatment, but also sort of that reconnection and recovery back in the community. Where traditionally in Massachusetts, and I'll sort of end with this, is that we actually don't have a patrol function. We're just care, custody, and control of inmates. And when I started, our population was 1,200. Today, it's obviously around 600. So we believe we're moving in the right direction. Decarceration efforts during COVID certainly helped as well, but sort of helping sort of stem that cycle. We're hoping that the Restoration Center can help with that as well. So I'll stop there and kick it back to you, Katya.
Thanks, Dave. The Sheriff's Office is obviously doing a ton, as you can see. Eliza Williamson, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Can everyone hear me? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, good. So I'm Eliza Williamson. I'm the Deputy Director of Programs for NAMI Massachusetts. For those of you that don't know NAMI, NAMI is the largest grassroots organization dedicated to improving lives for those most impacted by mental health conditions, trauma, diagnoses, being families and people who themselves are living with them. And in Massachusetts, we've been involved in bringing crisis intervention team training to Massachusetts, helping departments across the state create several regional TTACs, so training and technical assistance centers. We're very involved in the training, and then also involved in making sure that the voices of those across, our membership, which would be people with mental health conditions and their families in particular, are elevated and are part of the table in conversations, particularly surrounding decriminalizing, mental health and really making sure that diversion stuff happens at intercept zero, I guess. And we're involved in the Restoration Center Commission because this is really fundamental to the work we do, and happy to be being a part of such a really powerhouse commission. For me, that's been a great thing. So thank you. Back to you, Katya.
Thanks, Eliza. I think Donna's back. Donna, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Donna Mosh, and I am the co-chair of the Middlesex County Restoration Center Commission. I want to apologize to everybody for having to step away, but literally the ceiling in my bathroom fell in because of a pipe that burst above it, and somebody called me up to try to do something to fix it. Anyway, the Restoration Center Commission, as you've heard, is unique in that it is broadly representative of people from the adult criminal legal system, the various aspects of that system, including probation and parole, the courts, the sheriff's office, the police. We also have public health, mental health, substance use, and Executive Office of Health and Human Services leaders at the table, and advocates like Liza and others, myself from the Mental Health Association. I also serve as president and CEO of the Massachusetts Association for Mental Health. We are all unified in our desire to reconcile the challenges that Massachusetts has faced, and the people who we've been talking about today have faced at this intersection of the public health and justice system. And we are grateful to be part of this learning community as we move forward to implement the Restoration Center that we've spent the last couple of years planning. And we've always worked in our planning of this to frame it in the context of the a larger system of services in which it would sit, both a larger system of justice services and a larger system of public health, and particular behavioral health services in which it would fit. So I will stop there and thank everybody for their time.
Donna, I've been given we have a couple minutes left. So Abby, do you want to go next and be fairly brief, and then Marisa?
Sure. Yep. I'll be brief. So my name is Abby Kim. I'm the Director of Public Policy and Strategic Initiatives at the Association for Behavioral Healthcare. And the association is a member of the Restoration Center Commission as well. We represent 80 community-based mental health and addiction treatment providers across Massachusetts. And our members are the primary providers of publicly funded services in Massachusetts. So we fit well within the scope and goals of the Restoration Center Commission. Outside of that work, our members are also some of the provider organizations that are delivering emergency service programs, so crisis interventions, both in the home and mobile, as well as, because of a recently passed legislation in Massachusetts, partnering with houses of correction and the Department of Correction to provide medications for addiction treatment within the walls. And then we also, as Dave Ryan mentioned, our members are also involved in the BHJI initiative for linking individuals to behavioral health care after their release, which will hopefully be also moved statewide as we move forward.
Hi, everyone. Yep. Yeah. I'm on. Good. Thanks, Katya. Hi, everyone. I'm Marisa Hebel. I am a public health professional, and I work in the Executive Office of the Trial Court for Chief Justice Paula Carey. I also represent her to the Commission, to the Restoration Center Commission. And I manage our statewide sequential intercept mapping project, which we established about 5 years ago with the help of policy research. So my Massachusetts colleagues know why I've been nerding out this entire time, hearing everybody talk about the sequential intercept model for so long. But I will just say that the courts really understand, because the courts are obviously impacted by behavioral health issues in every court department. And it's why it's actually so significant for the trial court to be at the table with this project. But I will also say, in the 30 workshops that we have conducted across the sequential intercept mapping workshops that we've conducted in the state, timely access to evaluation and navigation, particularly in a crisis or pre-crisis, has come up in 100% of the communities that we have mapped as it's a significant need and priority. So this project is really right in line with what we're hearing is needed statewide. So thanks, everyone. It's been great to be here so far.
Thanks, Marisa. And last but not least, Catherine and Alicia, do you mind introducing yourself?
Sorry, I wasn't expecting to. I wasn't on the list. I'm Catherine London. I'm a principal in health law and policy at University of Massachusetts Medical School, Commonwealth Medicine Division, working with Katya and Alicia. And we have just, in the last weeks, taken over the project to implement the Restoration Center. We're really excited to be working with all of.
Hi, this is Alicia Emsley. Can you see my photo there? There we go.
I see you.
There we are. Hi, everyone. I'm Alicia Emsley. I'm working with Catherine London and Katya at Commonwealth Medicine, which is a consulting arm of the University of Massachusetts Medical School. And I'm going to be trying to take all of this great work that the commission has done over the last 3 years and make it become a reality. And oversee the competitive procurement process to try and get this center up and running. So I appreciate everybody sharing what they're doing around the country. It's pretty exciting work that's being done. And I think we can learn a lot from each other.
We can take questions, hand it back to you.
Alrighty, so if we have any questions, you can feel free to put them in the chat or to come off mute. Otherwise, we will get moving. So up next, thank you so much. We've got Orange County, California.
Hi there, my name is Jess Rodriguez, and I'm from the Orange County District Attorney's Office. I'm an assistant district attorney here. I'm the supervisor of our office's mental health and recidivism reduction unit. So I was going to take a couple minutes and explain kind of how we ended up here. I know our group is very excited to be part of this network. And I'll kind of talk about what led to us joining this and what we are hoping to accomplish. And then I'll introduce the other people on our team and have them talk a little bit about what they're doing and what they hope to do. So a couple of years ago, we had in an election, we had a turnover of administration, and our new district attorney, Todd Spitzer, made a focus of wanting our office to get more involved in these areas, in mental health and recidivism reduction. So he created this unit, asked me to take it over and kind of figure out what was going on in Orange County and what we could do better. And so fortunately, Orange County has been pretty active the last several years in a lot of the areas that people are talking about. We have a CJCC that meets regularly with all the stakeholders you would expect. We have a CCP that is very involved with our post-conviction supervision programs. This year, we've started working on a CIT plan led by our Sheriff's Department and the Orange County chapter of NAMI. So earlier this year, our DA asked me and one of my colleagues to start looking into ideas, things gaps in our Orange County's criminal justice system and things we could do better in the area of mental health. And one of the great things about our county is we have a lot of buy-in from the relevant agencies, and he was able to get commitments from the Orange County Healthcare Agency as well as our social services agency to give us people from their agencies to work with us and help develop an idea for a program. And so we spent several months kind of learning about what existed already, how we learned about these opportunities. We learned about some of the other programs out there. We actually had a Zoom meeting with people from Milwaukee County DA, so it's nice to see you all there, and you're very helpful with us and learning a little bit about things out in Milwaukee. And ultimately, one of the gaps we identified for our particular jurisdiction is that although we do have what I think is a fairly robust system of collaborative courts and diversion opportunities, it was not being met by all the people that could take advantage of it. We have, like I said, we have several mental health courts, drug courts, DUI courts, a veterans treatment court, a homeless outreach court. We have a lot of collaborative courts. We have mental health diversion. But what we found the last few years is that the participants in these programs have primarily been people who are facing real serious or violent offenses, and essentially those who are looking at the longest potential sentences. Maybe an unintended consequence of some of the changes in the law here in California the last few years in reduction of penalties for various crimes has been a lot of the people who traditionally would have gone into drug courts or would have gone into our mental health courts have not felt the same incentive to do so. And we know that the level of need, the level of mental health issue is not correlated to the level of seriousness of the crime. And so we have a lot of people committing low-level offenses who could certainly benefit from services and treatment, but have not had an incentive to do so when the alternative was a real minimal sentence. And so we were bringing all these people into the system, and then they were not availing themselves of a lot of the opportunities that we have in the system because the cost benefit, I guess, which wasn't worth it in their opinion. So what we are hoping to do and hoping to build is really a concept similar to something I heard from Middlesex just previously. And someone had, I think as David said, you shouldn't have to come to jail to get treatment. We had a similar thought here, which was that, for some of these low-level offenses, if we think that the appropriate resolution is treatment, we shouldn't have to bring you into the system to get you that treatment, and we shouldn't have to file charges and bring you to court and start that whole process if ultimately we would be happy with you just getting treatment. So we're looking to create a pre-filing diversion program that it kind of leads me to the second issue, which was that the length of time it was taking for people, even the ones who were making use of our collaborative courts and diversion processes, the length of time from point A when they're in crisis and dealing with these offenses to point B when they're actually going into the programs and starting to receive services and treatment. Weeks, months, in some cases, over a year. It's not efficient, not effective. So another reason we really want to be involved as early as possible in kind of taking on that role, at least we, the district attorney's office, because we have that gatekeeper role of being the ones who decide whether or not someone comes into the system, and we're reaching them at an earlier point than the rest of the criminal justice system. So we've been working with healthcare and with SSA on a potential program that we're excited to start rolling out with help and assistance, of course. But at this point, I think I'll kind of stop because that's where the rest of our team comes in and introduce a couple of them. So Jenny, I don't know if if you're up there, but I was going to introduce Jenny Hudson from Healthcare Agency to talk a little bit about what they've been doing and what their role is.
Sure, thank you, Jess. Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Jenny Hudson, and I am from the Orange County Healthcare Agency. I'm the division manager for adult and older adult behavioral health. And just to tack on to what Jess said is that we have first of all a very large county, and so we have a pretty robust behavioral health system here at this point. And over the past couple of years, I would say past really 5 to 10 years, we've been working a lot very collaboratively with the justice involved folks. And we've been working with the Sheriff's Department, our correctional health system, probation. So we have established pretty well collaborative court programs, as Jess mentioned. So we have the collaborative court programs. We have a lot of kind of post like reentry programs. And recently we just started, we just had a new, it's called the Be Well Campus, and it's similar to the San Antonio model that some of you have referenced before. One of the programs there is the drop sobering station. So the police can actually go in and just drop folks off, and they can get really kind of every level of SUD treatment there at that campus. Also, as Jess mentioned, we're starting a new CIT program here with some of our local sheriff's departments and police departments. One thing I wanted to kind of highlight is just a couple years ago, we did start, we had a chance to get a grant. And so we contracted out with called Project Kinship. And they are 85% peer driven. So really about 85% of their staff, including executive directors, et cetera, they are their peers and family members of justice involved folks. And we hired them, or we contracted with them to do a lot of in-reach in the jails. And also they have a team that was stationed outside the jail in the middle of the night when people were being released. And they provided transportation, linkage, treatment, therapy, SUD counseling, everything, housing. They worked with families, and it's been just a pleasure working with that team. They've really kind of jump-started our efforts, I think, in Orange County in terms of helping with reentry and some of these programs. The one area, as Jess had mentioned, is that we kind of haven't had a lot of focus on is that pre-jail, kind of pre-court interventions. So we are super excited to have the district attorney's office really leading this charge and kind of including us and bringing in SSA. So I think in this project that we're moving forward with, we'll be providing the treatment for the most part. So as clients are identified and trying to be diverted from jail, we'll be working with them to provide the treatment and the information back to district attorney's office to so that they can dismiss those charges. And we're really looking forward to the collaboration, and actually really looking forward to hearing more from all the other counties and all the interesting things that people are doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jenny. Lorraine, we kind of stepped on a lot of the time, but you want to introduce yourself and your agency pretty brief?
I will, and I'll be brief. So my name is Lorraine Daniel. I'm with the Department of Social Services. I'm the Deputy Division Director, and I have one of my managers on the call as well. Her name is Nancy Pham Nguyen. She's helping me here to look at our services. So we are public eligibility services. We're talking CalFresh, which is food stamps, Medi-Cal, cash assistance. What we're looking at is, as people are entering this program, how can we wrap our services around the individual or the families to stabilize them so that they're successful while participating in the diversion program, but also as they exit it, that they have resources to be stabilized. So that's kind of where we came in, and hopefully we're looking forward to it. We're still at the very beginning stages of it, but we're excited about what we have to offer. We work currently with our communities, from everyone from the children entering our foster care system to the elderly needing in-home supportive services and everybody in between. So we think we are an asset to the DA's office, and we were very excited when they approached us to see how we can wrap our services around them. Can I just introduce Nancy real quick? She's on the call, so she can say hello.
Sure.
Nancy, you want to say hello?
Yes, hi, I'm Nancy Nguyen, and I'm a manager with Orange County Social Services. And like Lorraine said, I'll be assisting to lead our customer service team by assessing the family and the participant holistically and wrapping them in our agency services.
Thank you. And I didn't want to shortchange my own DA here either. So Ann, if you're there and want to say hi really quick, Ann Seelan's one of our collaborative court DAs who's going to be working with us on this project. I think you're muted, Ann.
Okay, sorry about that. So I'm Ann Seelan, and I'm with the District Attorney's Office and have been working with the collaborative courts for many years. So I'm really looking forward to this new opportunity of helping people at a very earlier stage in the proceedings.
Thank you. And I guess the very last thing I would say is just you can see some of the partner agencies that are interested in working with us already. As Jenny mentioned, we are a big county. We're over 3 million people, and we don't have like a central downtown like in LA or San Francisco. So we have a number of different cities with different needs and different resources. You know, a couple dozen different police departments and one DA's office that, you know, handles all the cases that come in for them. So we're really looking to kind of work out the logistics of how to build something that is structured enough, but also flexible that it can fit the needs and resource issues of individual cities and departments. So with that, I'll stop and see if there's any questions. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you. And if there are no questions, we can move along to our next group. Alrighty, so up next, I'll invite our team from San Juan County, New Mexico.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sue Hodgman. I am the Behavioral Health Services Director of San Juan County, New Mexico. And I came on board about 1.5 years ago as a result of the county commissioned report about the shortage of behavioral health services, an actual gap in San Juan County. So my job has been to connect, to collaborate, to create partnerships among all the strategic partners in the area to knit together our resources, find more resources, fill those behavioral health gaps. And of course, one of them is going to be satisfied by this safety and justice challenge. And my main goal with this is to be a facilitator and a collaborator. So with that, I'm going to introduce our partners here at this group and know that we're still building our team out, and you can see what our strengths and our needs are. But first, I'd like to introduce Krista Lawrence, who's the manager of Krista, help me out. What are you the manager of? You've been around forever doing it all. So I'm going to let you introduce yourself and tell what you do.
Okay, I am the Division Director for Court Programs for the 11th Judicial District and Magistrate Courts for San Juan County and McKinley County. I manage all of the programs, including our drug courts, mental health courts, juvenile programs, as well as pretrial services. And I just want to say that it's really exciting to hear all of the work that all of these different agencies are doing and the collaboration that is occurring. And it gives me hope and encouragement that I am confident that we're going to be able to do some of the similar things here in San Juan County. Thank you.
And then we'll have Joe Petrelli of our District Attorney's Office. Joe, can you come on?
Yes, thank you very much. I think our county has some work to do, but I am impressed that the law enforcement agencies, especially with the crisis intervention unit, are recognizing the problem and are taking steps, active steps to try to divert some of the mental health justice-involved mental health people to services, including even pre-arrest. Our local fire department here has what's called an alternative response unit, which is a 24-hour service. They actually have a little van in which there is an EMT and a social service professional, which kind of patrols the streets or it goes out to do responses for people having mental health crises or maybe sobriety issues or even homeless people who need medical or mental health attention. So I think there is a growing awareness in our county and in our state. The one thing I think our county could do, New Mexico has a court-assisted mental health program whereby people can petition the court for a hearing and up to 1 year of supervised court-ordered mental health services. That's an opt-in program here in New Mexico. Some of the larger counties like in Albuquerque and Santa Fe have opted into that. And from what I understand, they're having great success. Instead of having people constantly revolving through the local detention centers and then maybe up to our state hospital, they have to, those services are kind of monitored and encouraged and supervised by a court process, which is civil in nature. And in fact, the district attorney's office are not even involved in filing petitions for court-ordered or what they call court-assisted services. So I'm kind of optimistic about law enforcement and the justice system coming to an awareness and taking some affirmative steps to address these issues.
Is that it, Joe?
That'll be it.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll have from the Public Defender's Office, we'll have Greg Shearer.
Yep. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I assume you can hear me. So, I mean, we're just getting started here in San Juan County, and right now, I'm just introducing myself, and I'm pretty hopeful after hearing some of the success stories from earlier today. I'm hopeful that we can do some great things here in San Juan County. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And now we have Lieutenant Scott Baca.
Hello.
Can you see him?
Should be able to. I'm Lieutenant Baca with the Sheriff's Office, the San Juan County Sheriff's Office. I'm in charge of the crisis intervention team as well as the crisis negotiation team and part of the patrol division. And what we've been focusing on is frontline de-escalation, going to calls for service and de-escalating people, building rapport with them to where they can trust us. And then we, try to connect them to resources. While we're doing all that, we're hoping to, provide a good aspect of jail diversion where we can calm them down enough where they don't act out any further than what they have, and we can get them connected to the resources that we do have available. Hopefully that's a growing list with Sue's help moving forward. Right now, I have a 8-member crisis intervention team that is part-time. They also share patrol duties as well. And I have one full-time behavioral health deputy. He's back hiding. He's not one to speak very much, but he does a good job because he has the time and ability to spend actually building that rapport, the long-term rapport with these people, so we can get them in those resources that we're talking about. We also have we teach a 40-hour crisis intervention class to our patrol deputies as well as other agencies in the area. And our goal is to get 100% trained in crisis intervention. One of the things, the area that we struggle with as law enforcement in San Juan County is we have pretty much 2 places to take individuals after hours, and that's either the ER, and typically they're kicked out of the ER, on most cases within, 3 to 4 hours, and then we're, dealing with them again with the same struggles. The other option is jail, which, we don't like to do that, but sometimes that's our only option to get them into resources. So bridging the gap between law enforcement and providers and resources, so we can all come together and collaborate more and share those resources and get people help. Another struggle is the fact that our jurisdiction borders the Navajo reservation, and finding resources out there in a timely manner is very difficult to do. But with the Mental Health Resource Center that Sue's running now, our collaboration is growing stronger, and we hope to, bridge those gaps. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Scott. And now we'll hear from Robert Decker of Farmington Police Department.
Hello, everybody. Officer Robert Decker, Farmington Police Department. With the district coordinator unit, and within that unit, we do our crisis intervention team. So we have 4 people that do part-time dedication to the mentally ill as well. And we do a lot of collaboration with the sheriff's office and the other agencies out here that will have us. And so the same efforts, we work well together, but trying to build those relationships and work well with all the different healthcare partners is one of our biggest struggles, probably since 2015 to 2019, when the behavioral wellness center was started. When we got somebody now we can basically link all our resources to and call it a hub. We're seeing a lot of great progress moving forward, getting all on the same page, but we're still struggling with communication. So that's something we're definitely moving towards. Another thing we're really having a hard time with is there's really no oversight for people who are ordered to do some of our mental health stuff. What I mean by that is there's oversight and there's time for people to do things during work hours, but as soon as business is done during the night, when people are out doing what they do, the options and accountability for this stuff kind of goes south. It looks like we're losing connection. But once then
the entire day.
we reestablish connection, we're good now. Okay.
Oh.
So once business comes back in, the business hours come back in, then we have people that are paid. Hello, is everything okay?
You're heard. We can hear you.
Okay. Just so no group homes, no overnight crisis centers, no real focused services for that. So overcoming some of those deficiencies has been one of our greatest challenges, and finding that stuff. So we're finally moving in the right direction. We are seeing a lot of great progress forward, and hearing from these other agencies and seeing potential paths for us to take has been an outstanding treat for us, and it gives us great hope. But thank you very much for your time. We look forward to working with you guys and improving our services and quality here to help our people.
Great. So that's San Juan County. Do you have any questions for us? And that's all we have right now. We're still building, we're still trying to figure stuff out, but we're really impressed by what we've seen, and we can't wait to work more closely with all of you.
Thank you, San Juan County. Up next, we've got the Texas Health and Human Services Commission.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to be like everybody else. You can hear me. Tess, you can hear me? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
My name's Robert Dole. I'm Deputy Associate Commissioner, System Integration at the Texas Health and Human Services Commission in the Intellectual Developmental Disabilities Behavioral Health Services section. We are so grateful as a state to be able to work with the IMPACT Network. This is really an opportunity to push a lot of the work we've been doing for the last year or so with many of our local mental health authorities to address access to care. My team, it consists of myself and Amy Chandler and Elizabeth Wyatt, who I will toss to Amy shortly. And Elizabeth, regrettably, is tied up in a different meeting. But the foundation of our work is based out of some legislation that passed last session that directed HHSC to identify local mental health authorities that serve at least one county of 250,000 or less, And for Texas, that's considered rural. Just I know many of you that's you don't have cities that big, but for Texas, that's rural. And we're to assign them to regional groups to develop plans to increase access to care for needed services. We also, the regional plans were to address four things: the cost of local government, to providing crisis services to individuals in the regional group, the cost for transportation to psychiatric facilities for individuals in the regional group, the incarceration of individuals with a mental health condition in the regional group, and the ER utilization of individuals with mental health conditions in the regional group. There are 7 regional groups. They're loosely aligned with the state hospitals, catchment areas in our state, and 2 of which we are working with as a co-applicant in this opportunity. There's the North Texas State Hospital Regional Group and the Big Spring State Hospital Regional Group. One of the things we wanted to really focus on after developing the first round of regional plans with our partners, this coming fiscal year, there was some more legislation that passed this last session that continued our work onward. And so one of the things we really wanted to focus on with our regional groups is diversion, especially around intercept 0 and 1. And a lot of that focus was born out of a really fruitful opportunity we've been enjoying related to the SAMHSA Gain Center's community of practice around crisis response. And we really saw a need to an opportunity to really shore up local collaborations and coordination to really help provide positive outcomes for individuals, especially in rural communities, to get access to care. I'm gonna now, I may have misspoken. Amy Chandler is here, but Elizabeth Wyatt is not here. So I'm gonna throw to Amy Chandler and I'll let her introduce herself. And she's gonna give a shout out to our partners in the North Texas State Hospital Regional Group. Amy?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Amy Chandler. I'm a senior advisor on the system integration team under Robert Dole. I have the great pleasure of working with the North Texas State Hospital Regional Group. And because we have so many local mental health authorities participating in this project with us, we don't really have the time to introduce all of them individually. So I'm just going to introduce those that are part of my North Texas group. So on the call, I noticed on the participant list from Center for Life Resources, Joey Smith is here. From Helen Farabee, Gina Harris, and Andy Martin are here. From Pecan Valley Centers, we have Ray Sullivan, Coke Beatty, Ruben De Hoyos, Diana Thompson, and Maggie Glover. From Texas Panhandle Centers, we have Melissa Talley, Libby Moore, and Mara Argomanes. From MHMR of Tarrant County, Tiffany Devine, Jennifer Bear, and Chris Bolam. And from Denton County MHMR, we have Brittany Waymack. I'm super excited that my entire regional group is participating, and I really look forward to this experience. Thanks.
And so as a poor substitute for Elizabeth Wyatt, I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to the folks from the Big Spring State Hospital Regional Group are participating. And to give everybody context, these 2 regional groups essentially are the north section of the state. We have 39 local mental health authorities in Texas that serve all of the 254 counties. Many of them, 30 of them, serve multiple counties of at least 3, or at least 2 or 3. But many, especially in the Big Spring State Hospital Regional Group, serve upwards of 20. So I just wanted to give that as context, that we're talking about parts of the state where there's frequently more livestock than people, and there's a lot of distance between places and urban centers where resources tend to be. And in this opportunity, inclusive of the North Texas State Hospital Regional Group, in the Big Spring State Hospital Regional Group, we have 13 of the 39 local mental health authorities participating. So I'm going to give a shout out to the Betty Hardwick Center and Abilene Thurin Cole is here with us. I don't think anybody here is from Central Plains, but they are participating with us. They're a very mighty center up there up near the Panhandle, just north of Lubbock. From the Emergence Health Network out in El Paso, we have Renee Hurtado and Crystal Davis. I don't think we have a representative from MHMR Services of Concho Valley, but I could be incorrect. But that community, the main community is San Angelo. We have Chris Barnhill from Permia Care, which is the Midland, Odessa area and other parts west. I don't think we have a representative from Star Care, but the Star Care is essentially the Lubbock area and county surrounding Lubbock out in the South Plains of Texas. And then we have Shelley Smith from the West Texas Center. So we're really excited that they're participating with us. But wait, there's more, because we're collaborating internally within IDD Behavioral Health Services. And at this point, I'm going to throw to, before I throw to Jenny Simpson, Dr. Jenny Simpson, we also are collaborating with our peer services unit. Mr. Reginald Smith, who could not make this meeting, is a representative from the peer services unit, because we really do see peer support services as a way to really close the workforce gap or help close the workforce gap, especially in rural Texas. Did somebody speak up?
Yeah, this is Reggie Smith. I was able to make the call, and I'm glad to be here this afternoon. Yeah, I just want to say hello. Yeah, I'm Reginald Smith. I'm the Senior Advisor for Peer and Recovery Services, Programs, Planning, and Policy at Health and Human Services. And we provide TEA for peer support to all our providers and organizations around Texas that are working to build out our reentry and recovery infrastructure in the state.
Thank you, Reggie. I'm so glad you made it.
I'm glad to. Looking forward to.
All right. So, but wait, there's more. That Dr. Jenny Simpson, our forensic director, is also collaborating with us on this opportunity. So I'm going to throw to her next. So Dr. Simpson, do you want to take it away?
Thank you, Robert. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jenny Simpson, and I am the state's forensic director. We are really, really excited to be part of this. I have one of my staff members, Katie Bialik, on, and I'll let her introduce herself in a second. But I want to thank the MacArthur Foundation and PRI for our selection in the Safety and Justice Challenge Network. I think this opportunity gives us a really awesome opportunity to coordinate across our state. One of the things that I am overseeing is the state's first statewide forensic strategic plan, which will focus on how, as a state, as HHSC, and with our state agency partners, that we can focus on reducing the number of individuals with mental and substance use disorders in the criminal justice system. So participation in this is just a wonderful opportunity to help us scale and spread those efforts to reduce justice involvement across the state. I wanted to say one of the things that I'm really excited about in our approach is the state-local collaboration. I think we are trying to be very innovative in how we can help support our local partners and provide technical assistance as well to them, and really lift up what they are doing and help them support them with TA and best practices. I want to now give the opportunity, as Robert said, it gets better, just wait. So my staff person, Katie Bialik. Katie, do you want to come on and introduce yourself?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for this opportunity to join and learn from everyone on the call today. Just reiterating the enthusiasm from all of my colleagues across Texas. We're really excited to be here. Lots of work being done, both as Dr. Simpson mentioned, to develop the state's first forensic strategic plan, but also launching a statewide technical assistance center. And I think there is just so much to learn and be gained from being part of this amazing network. And we are just really pleased to think about what is going to work both in urban communities in Texas, but also rural communities. So thanks so much. I'll pass it back to you, Robert.
Thanks. And actually, you took the words right out of my mouth. I think some of you may know Mr. Wayne Young. He's the leader of the Harris Center, which is in Houston, our local mental health authority in Houston. And he has really done an amazing job collaborating and setting up innovative programs in the Houston area. And for those of you who don't know, Houston is the biggest city in Texas, and it's the 4th largest in the country, actually. And also I heard Leon Evans' name being invoked, who was the leader of the Center for Healthcare Centers, Healthcare Services in San Antonio, another large urban area in Texas. So there's no shortage of innovation in Texas in the urban space. However, the real challenge is how to scale that to rural environments and really capitalize on those innovations. And so we're really looking forward to seeing how, through better coordination and collaboration among our with us and our local partners, and then our local partners and their stakeholders, how we can really push the needle for rural Texans so we can ensure that all Texans have access to care at the right time in the right place. So with that, we're going to stop. And if there's any questions, please let us know. After I'm done, I will put a link in the chat for the All Texas Access Report, which was the product of my team's collaboration with the rural serving LMHAs during the pandemic, basically 2019, 2020. And it's a really good overview of the Texas landscape and some of the opportunities and challenges that the rural serving LMHAs have. But with that, we'll stop unless anybody has any questions.
So if there's any questions before we move on to our next group, you can feel free to put them in the chat. Or if nobody comes off mute, we'll keep it moving with our last group. Thank you, Robert. Moving on to the West Texas Centers, Big Spring, Texas group. If a representative would like to come off mute and come on camera and tell us about what you guys have going on.
Yes. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First, I just wanted to say how excited we are to be here and have this opportunity to share with all of you and learn from all of you. So far, I've really enjoyed getting to see what everybody's been doing since the inception, and it really just gives me a little bit of hope for what we can do in West Texas. So I think they had mentioned about the rural areas of West Texas. So I kind of wanted to paint that picture. West Texas Centers covers 23 counties, both rural and frontier, spreading across 25,000 square miles. So our biggest county is Howard County, and we have approximately 36,000 people. And our smallest county is Loving County, and we have approximately 134. So I was looking up those numbers a while back, but our total in the whole 23 counties is just under 250,000 people in all of that area. So it's very spread out, in rural and frontier. So first I want to go ahead and introduce our team. Stephanie Tran, she is our lead jail caseworker in Howard County. She is not here, unfortunately, she's on vacation. Yvonne Owens is our Takumi case manager in Howard County. Carl Witt is here. He's our peer support specialist, and he is located in Scurry County. Patricia Shipp is our Nolan County jail caseworker, and Shelly Smith is our West Texas Centers Chief Executive Officer. And myself, my name is Patricia Watlington, and I'm the Special Programs Coordinator. So where we're at, the areas of behavioral health that to date that we're focusing on, Intercept Zero with public health and community services. We have implemented a jail diversion committee in 4 of those counties, and we've identified those with different partnerships and the largest need in each region that we serve. The goals of our jail diversion committee is really just a lot of networking, resource sharing, and we present like different data from each of our programs. We do like to come on and present because we have a lot of like community education and awareness of our issues of what's going on in our jails and why we need to keep people with mental health and substance use problems out of our jails and where to divert them to. We also in Intercept 0, we have our regular mental health services who we serve people with mental health, substance use disorders, and IDD using person-centered approaches and really just ultimately diverting them in the first place. I think a lot of the times with prevention, we can do a lot of work in that area. We also, within our regular mental health services, we have a 24-hour mobile crisis outreach team that we have somebody across all of our 23 counties that we respond within an hour. If it's a crisis situation, that people will go out and be able to screen them and make sure that they can get the appropriate services. Intercept 1, we have a couple of things with our law enforcement. We have partnered up with 3 different sheriff's offices across our 23 counties. That's Howard County, Nolan County, and Terry County, and we have implemented a mental health deputy program. It started in 2015 right here in Howard County, and we have 3 deputies here, and we have 2 deputies in Nolan and 1 deputy in Terry County. And our goal is to really just have those deputies go out and build rapport with our clients, people who just have more need, who maybe are not going to their appointments, and we can kind of go in there and check on them, kind of thing. And our law enforcement that are assigned to the deputies program, they're less threatening, whereas they're not in full uniform like a normal law enforcement officer is. So it's just helps build that rapport with our clients, makes them feel more at ease to talk with them. Our deputies do work with our staff, especially our mobile outreach team, to try to divert people from the jails. They do gather that data, and we do present that at the jail diversion meetings as well. With that partnership with the sheriff's departments, we've kind of built on that, and kind of runs into Intercept 2 and a little bit of 4. We've implemented a jail caseworker program, and it started in Howard, and we've grown to Nolan, Terry, and we included Reeves County, which is far west from it. That program, we have a jail caseworker that is officed in our jails in those 4 counties, and they are able to screen all people being arrested, and they screen them for mental health or substance use disorders, and they kind of link and coordinate those people to appropriate services. Unfortunately, we do have people that are sitting in our jails, so our jail caseworkers advocate and make sure that those people are being seen by prescribers and making sure they get put back on medication if they're not already, to prevent any kind of decompensation. And then they do some informal like planning for when they get released, whether they need housing, a driver's license, helping them find a job, making sure that they continue to be linked to our clinics out in the community, and going to their appointments, and just getting that warm handoff to that next case manager. Also in Intercept 4, we have our Takumi program, and that is it's with TDCJ. It's the Texas Correctional Office on Offenders with Medical and Mental Impairments. That's why we call it Takumi, because it's a very long name. And that caseworker, we have an intense case manager in Howard and Nolan, and they have small caseloads, and they can provide intensive case management to our people coming out of the prison-like settings, just to reintegrate back into the community and try to prevent them from, being revoked and coming back to the jail and starting over and getting out of that criminal system. And then lastly, in Intercept 5, we have a little bit going on here. We do collaborate well with our probation and parole with that Takumi. So they are all where we have our jail diversion committees, at least we have them as members of the committee. So that's kind of where that is. I think there's some room for growth in that area that I'm interested in learning. I feel like our jail diversion committees are one of our strengths, because we're able to bounce ideas off of each other, and really we're just growing, and we're able to network with people and kind of see what our needs are. So that communication aspect of that. And I think it's also a strength, but it's also kind of something that we want to gain is having more of our counties, because we have 23. They're so spread out. It's kind of difficult to meet each one of our counties' needs and really bring more people together to come to the table. And then what we think we want to gain and learn is the information sharing protocols. I think I heard somebody else saying this earlier, and just like that data collection. How can we talk to each other without breaking the HIPAA laws, especially with our deputy programs? It's difficult because it's a need to know basis, obviously, but how can we share that information with protecting the rights of the individual, but also helping them with what they need for jail diversion? And then we don't have anything across the board in Intercept 3 with our courts. I think Nolan County might have a drug court starting up, but I know Howard County doesn't have any kind of specialized courts or anything. So that would be something that I'd like to learn from other people that have done that. Just ideas on how to get that started and how to kind of persuade our court systems on how to do that and everything. So one of the things that I have been hearing everyone say is where we divert to. And I think we share that same struggle here. So I just think it's an important conversation to start having together, and we can maybe just find some solutions to that. So anyways, if anybody from my team would like to say anything, if not, I am done.
I would like to say, my name is Vaughn Owens, and I do the Takumi case management here in Howard County. We're the first people that are basically on our client's side when they get out of jail, and non-judgmental, and to help get them integrated back into the society and into the community and get their help they need. And I enjoy my job a lot. Hope to learn a lot from y'all.
Thank you. So if there are any final questions for the West Texas Centers group, you guys can feel free to put them in the chat or to come off mute. Alrighty, so barring any questions, I will turn it over to Reggie.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. This is Reggie Herder, also part of the PRI team. Just want to we're starting to wrap up now, so just a couple more slides. First of all, thank you to everyone who shared both the sites that we've been able to work with for the last 5 years or so, and our new sites. Very excited about the work you currently have in place, and also the opportunities that everybody is looking at. So you heard a lot of different things, and that really ties into what I want to mention to you next. And I can't see the slide, so Tess, I'm assuming the next slide is up. But we've developed a community self-assessment for you to do. It's not scary. It's literally like 72 questions. It should take you less than 20 minutes to complete. And it really covers all the areas that you guys were just talking about. So it talks about cross-system collaboration and communication and leadership. And it talks about organizational policies and procedures and identification of challenges and data collection. It covers questions around strategies and really looking at kind of a lot of what you hear, a common theme that was across a lot of what people were talking about are a lot of different innovations, programs. But one of the things that's really becomes important is looking at, so what's the systemic impact? So how do you really develop a systemic process so that things are coordinated? And then when you're looking at creating changes, because maybe there's a new law, as what Jess was talking about in California, that things don't unravel just because something else has taken place, or there's a new elected official that has a different way of doing something. So really looking at strategies that are both about innovations, but also that systemic process. In addition, really looking and focusing at those services, and are they kind of meeting those intended targets, and kind of the why. Why are you doing certain things? And then how are you doing those, and what are you trying to achieve with them? And then lastly, questions around sustainability. So that's really what this community self-assessment is about. We'll be sending it out to you next week. All of you will get it. And we need all of you, so individually, not just by the team, but individually across all the different folks who are here and those who haven't been able to join us today to complete it. It'll be sent back. We're asking you to send it back to us before July 30th. And then we will do some tabulations of it, and it will look at both kind of overall about where you are, as well as in those 7 different areas that I just described. And then we can also look across different sectors, right? So there's some common pain points that large communities face and rural and frontier communities face. And there's common issues about how do you scale up different kinds of innovations. And so we'll be able to give you some feedback on that. And that will largely go to our next session that Ashley, I think, is going to be talking more about when we reconvene. So just kind of wanted to make sure that you knew that that was coming out. We will be doing it again. We'll be using it to then help tailor technical assistance that might be an individual basis for each one of the different counties, as well as looking at the impact network itself. And using it again, probably having you actually take it again to see if there's been any changes in some of the baseline data that we gather from it. And you may even see it a third time when we end this particular round of technical assistance next year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. There's a part on the slide here that talks about the network meeting in February, but Ashley, I'm going to ask you to come on and talk about that.
Sure, thanks, Reggie. Hi again, everyone. I just want to say I appreciate your attention today. We know it was a big ask, especially as your real jobs are not paused. So we wanted to mention a couple of other things before we adjourn today. As Reggie said, our next kind of virtual session, which will be shorter, we're anticipating in early August. We're just waiting on a couple of partners to get back to us around the official date. But that's where we'll look at the results from that community self-assessment and talk about some other things that the SJC network has been doing around evaluation and data collection. So especially for the new sites, I think that will be some helpful information for y'all to hear early on in the impact network. The next, again, larger structure as far as meetings is February in Atlanta, Georgia. And we will have more details upcoming regarding what that looks like exactly, how many folks may be able to attend, whether there's a virtual component. We'll have a mini meeting of all these sites. So wanted to have you flag those dates, but more information to come soon. So we appreciate you holding those. The next thing we wanted to show you is just a point of contact list. And this is more to be helpful for you. You can email any of us at any time. And that's totally fine. In many cases, the main contacts from PRI here are folks that you've already been working with. But just so you have one person you can email with questions or any feedback really, instead of trying to remember all of us. We thought that would be helpful. So feel free to jot down email addresses if you're not in contact already, but again, it's totally fine to reach out to any of us at any time. We'll get the question to who it needs to go to. So at this point, we wanted to, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but we wanted to open it up for any questions, because we've been talking a lot at you guys, and again, appreciate your attention. Any questions or feedback on anything we've covered today or anything we didn't cover as far as kind of kickoff and where the impact network is going? So there are a couple of things that you'll see in your email box soon, in addition to the more information we've been talking about. You'll get some of the resources as far as press release template for new sites, social media, things like that, as well as the messaging guides. We'll send those out again. That will come from MNR, who is the communications group working with the Safety and Justice Challenge, responsible for putting together those style guides. And I think that email will be coming from Perry Sachs or someone else from the MNR team. So look out for that email. Everything else should come from PRI over the next week or so. That community self-assessment that Reggie mentioned, and slides from today, the recording link. I've gotten a few questions around that, as well as the resources in the chat box. So everything that you may have missed today will be coming via email. We'll try to keep that streamlined.
Actually, not sure if you saw Tom's question about gathering discipline groups together.
Yeah, that's a good question, Tom. That's something that we've certainly talked about. Like we said early on, we've tried to keep the plan broad as far as kind of the site to site individual TA and calls to allow room for this. So I think
Terry, it's Joe.
Joe,
I have like a lot.
audio. Go ahead and mute. I don't know which Joe. Thank you. So yeah, certainly if there's interest in either focus areas as far as behavioral health work or discipline to discipline across sites, that's something that we can facilitate.
I would add to that, that one of the things that's really important about that community self-assessment is that will help us know about kind of what those discipline groups might be or what certain kinds of issues might be. So it's actually saying we try to leave this fairly organic, really largely based on the information you feed us back from that community self-assessment to help us understand how we can best help support you in your efforts. So I would think that there's opportunities as you guys identify things, for those who are familiar with the SIM, that there are certain kinds of work groups, certain kinds of strategies that really are kind of key areas of focus.
Other questions? You can certainly send them after today. If not, then I'm going to hand it back over to Travis to close us out today.
Thank you, Ashley and Reggie. Wow, this was a fantastic first meeting of the entire group today. I can't tell you just how pleased I was to hear from our 5 existing SJC sites that have been with us for a while. And I think that the example that you put forth for all of us today and just the wealth of information shared by those of you in Eau Claire, West Texas Center, Texas HHSC, San Juan, Middlesex, and Orange County. Just a very robust day. I have so many notes right now. And those of us, especially behind the scenes at MacArthur with Lori and PRI, have been busily messaging one another about a laundry list of things that we need to do as next steps based on the information you all shared today. And so we're going to get started on that right away. I can't thank you enough for your time, your talents, your energy today. Thank you to Lori for kicking us off and for the support of the MacArthur Foundation with assisting in launching this impact network and growing the Safety and Justice Challenge Network by 6 more sites. As you heard, we'll be in contact with you very shortly with additional resources and materials, especially as we plan and convene for an early August meeting, which will be topic specific surrounding data integration. I hope it was a rich day for all of you, that you're energized and excited and ready to go to work together for the next year. And please have a great rest of your day. We're very excited to move forward with you, and please take care and have a good weekend. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.